very sharp, very focused. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
Hello again from Leicester. It's the penultimate day of BetVictor Championship League. We're back at the Mattioli Arena to discover the final two players to join the six already qualified for the last day. Remember, they'll be in two final groups tomorrow, and then there's a knockout final at night, best of five, to decide it all. Tom Ford, proud son of Leicester, is the top seed in the group we'll be watching here on table one. He starts out against Lou Wenwei, a new season professional, who of course won his first group. Wuiza, two ranking finals for him last season, starts out against Matthew Stevens. Table two is a really open group. Ben Mertens of Belgium, China's Yao Peng Cheng, Sam Craigie back on tour, of course, after a year out, and Iran's Amir Sarkosh. So one of those four will be in the final day tomorrow, and you can watch table two, of course, on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. So Tom Ford, Lou Wenwei. Lou Wenwei, he won the group where Jackson Page, who was runner-up here to Ali Carter last year, was the top seed. 2 wins and a draw. Very impressive he was. He made a 1-3-4, his first break on the World Snooker Tour. And Tom Ford, he seemed to be struggling with a shoulder issue, but he came through it actually with 5 points, 2 draws and a win. It was a very tight group, but he managed to make his way through. So, as I say, 6 players already through to the last day, 2 more to come. Of course, yesterday it was quite late last night when Matt Selt made it through. Ricky Walden had done so earlier on. Stephen Holworth here again, and well, Lou Wenwei, Stephen, you know, new season professional, already quite a big step he's taken, winning a group, but I guess the pressure goes up, doesn't it, the further you get into the tournament?
Yeah, certainly. Of course, the prize money increases quite drastically, and you know, the fact that he's playing today and the final group is tomorrow, you know, within the next 48 hours, he could potentially be a ranking event champion. That is what's ahead of him. So yeah, a good day. Another 3 matches to get through, but he'll be mighty pleased to have come through that group with Jackson Page, and of course Jordan Brown was involved in that group also, and so it was a very tough group on paper, but he's done very well. I think this is the shot that Tom is struggling with. He hinted that he had a bad shoulder in the opening group, and you can clearly see he doesn't like the look of this one because of it being such a stretch.
I've got to get this spider into position first. And then out again. Because he won the shootout here last year in very dramatic circumstances. Last gasp against Liam Graham. You can see he's in discomfort here. It's not only physically painful, but clearly on his mind. But I mean, we've only just started and already he's struggling to play what is quite a regulation shot here, just a black off the spot.
Yeah, I was chatting to him upstairs, and he's not sure what the issue is with the shoulder. Doesn't think it's a muscle problem, and he said it doesn't necessarily feel like a nerve problem, so not too sure what's wrong with it. But of course, it's quite an unnatural position you get into when you go down to the shot, and does put a little bit of strain on the shoulder when your weight is lowered.
Yeah, I mean, my question would be, has he had it looked at by a medical expert? Surely that's what he should be doing. I don't know if he has or not.
Yeah, he said he's got an appointment with a medical expert this afternoon at 3 p.m, presumably over a FaceTime call or something similar, because, of course, he's got 3 matches to play here today.
But it may be, you know, as he eases into the match, he can just sort of play through it. He did in the first group anyway. It's a good chance for a very heavy scorer. Tom Ford, 5 maximums to his name, over 300 centuries. Oh dear.
Tom Ford, 24.
Ben Mertens, Yao Peng Cheng on the other table. I swear Ben's got even taller since his last group. I saw him this morning. He's towering above everybody. Big chance there, though, isn't there, in that group, for someone to come through. Obviously, Sam Craigie back on tour. But we've got young Ben's not been on tour long. Yao Peng Cheng, a newcomer. Amir Sarkosh from Iran as well, a newcomer.
Yeah, it's an incredible opportunity for one of those 4 players, and I think they'll all fancy the job over there on table 2. Ben Mertens, the top seed in that group.
Full-blooded attempt, meanwhile, from Lou Wenwei. Didn't quite find its target. Remember Wuiza and Matthew Stevens, the other players in this group. Interesting blend, really, of youth and experience.
Yeah, it's a great group, actually, on paper, isn't it? There's 2 real veterans of the game and 2 real experienced players, Matthew Stevens and Tom Ford, and we've got first-time professional Lou Wenwei, and of course Wuiza, who is on many people's, including my own, watch list as a potential first-time ranking event champion. Could it be tomorrow?
Five. Six.
Tom Ford 19 in the world rankings, so because he has been in the top 16. He's quite a brief tenure, just in the last couple of years, but 33,000 ranking points will help him. He's got big points coming off, hasn't he, in a couple of months' time from the International Championship final. He lost to Zhang Anda, so they'll be coming off on the 2-year system.
12.
Hence, he wants to put as many on as he can in the meantime. He has qualified for the Wuhan Open. It's a big ranking event in China at the end of August. I guess it may be the case that with the injury he's clearly got, he has very low expectations, and in a lot of ways that'll make him dangerous, I think.
20.
Yeah, because, he's still going to pop balls, isn't he? He's still going to make breaks. Might be the odd shot here and there where it just really restricts him, like the one he had to use the spider with, but in amongst them, it shouldn't be an issue. Did say he hasn't been practicing all that much, but I think every snooker player will tell you they haven't been practicing much. But he did say he didn't want to aggravate it any further, and particularly with Saudi Arabia coming up in a couple of weeks' time, obviously a massive event out there, wants to try and rest the shoulder as much as possible, but
28.
not going to be much resting today. 3 matches to play, with the chance to obviously qualify, and then at least another 3 to play tomorrow. I'm sure his shoulder will be all right if he wins the tournament.
Well, we go back to 1994, the World Championship, and word went round that Stephen Hendry had broken his arm. And bearing in mind, Hendry won it every year, basically. In the 90s, it was during round 2, fallen over in the bathroom in his hotel. Turned up with the crucible, arm in a sling. Went on to win another world title about a week and a half later. He'd broken a bone in his elbow. It's not quite the same as sort of smashing your arm to bits, but anyway, briefly, his rivals had a bit of hope that it might be someone else's year, but it turned out it wasn't.
And it's the hope that kills you, isn't it?
Alex Higgins as well. Before that, in fact, against Hendry, the Irish Masters back in 89, he'd broken his ankle. Somehow fell out of his apartment window, but anyway, he'd broken his ankle. And about a month later, you know, was still basically hopping around the table, but won the tournament.
It's amazing how often I fall out my apartment window before a game.
It's so easily done. Anyway, Tom Ford, who missed that red earlier when he was in, has got this second bite of the cherry. And like Stephen says, in close, you still fancy him to do damage. There are certain shots, clearly, that are painful to play. But I think as well, and just talking about those stories with Hendry and Higgins, you know, the competitive instincts kick in when you're out there, regardless of how you feel before you go out or after you come off again. When you're out there, you want to win. And he's won the first frame.
59.
Yeah, and in a strange way as well, it's going to be a big test for all of his opponents today because, you know, Lou Wenwei is sat on watching Tom wriggle his shoulder around and sort of wince with pain, but he's only missed one ball in this frame. So it doesn't
67.
give you that much confidence that, you know, he's in too much discomfort. Of course, they've got to block out that. It's not about what Tom's doing for
74.
them. They've got to focus on their own game.
$75.
Well, great recovery part, and it's worth saying, of course, as ever, high breaks could play a part. If players are level on every other metric, they will do. Break ends at 82. It's a fine start for Tom Ford. Despite his shoulder issues, he leads 1-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
It's 145, yeah.
82 then, the break from Tom Ford in the opening frame here on the final day of Stage 2 of the BetVictor Championship League. That means, of course, tomorrow is the final day, full stop. We'll have 2 groups of 4 playing the same format, but then the winner of each group in the evening will play a best-of-5 final to decide our champion.
Just to keep you on your toes, really.
They're just waiting for the clock to run down there between frames, tells them how long they have.
The second frame. Tom Ford to break.
Ben Mertens is over the line in frame 1 against Yao Peng Cheng on table 2 in what is a wide open group. So we have 3 players in the last day one ranking event. Stephen Maguire, Ricky Walden and Matt Selt. And then, of course, Joe O'Connor, Pang Zhongzhu and Zhu Se all looking for their first. But all players who, you know, sort of come close in the last year or so. Tom Ford got away with that meantime.
Yeah, at the minute it's the perfect mix, isn't it? The final groups. It's going to be a very, very interesting day of action tomorrow.
One.
Well, Tom Ford didn't get away with that one. And
Yellow ball.
going to beat Snooker here, although he's a big target.
Lou Wenwei, 1.
Got quite a bold belt buckle on there, Lou Wenwei, and when he arrived at the venue this morning, came into the players' lounge, he had a glittery blazer on also, very striking.
Right, let's head in for the pink.
Foul, the miss. Lou Wenwei, 6.
Obviously, Lou Wenwei, Sir Dominic's working on the event, and if he's going to be putting on the glittery attire. Dominic is always the best dressed person here.
Yeah.
Andrew Barklam in charge here with the replacement. You can certainly see from that angle a red full, so just a slight adjustment.
Touch and ball.
Yeah, it might be worth trying to use the green as the covering ball here. Get that cue ball up in the jaws of that corner pocket. Cut off the right of the pack for Tom. He's played it well. Gets to a point where you play that type of safety shot, and it might be worth actually leaving your opponent a shot to play safe off the pack, try and force them into pushing a red over a corner pocket, potentially. When the pack is so tight together as it is, just makes it quite an easy task to come off the one cushion and lay into them. Needs to be careful here. Well, he's done well to find the gap between the blue and the green.
Table 2, Ben Mertens has won the first frame there. Yao Peng Cheng, a new professional, though he's a little older than some of the other Chinese players. He's actually 28 years of age. He's in the balls in the next.
1.
Oh, what a pot that was from Tom. The perfect pace on the cue ball to just find the little bit of arcage on the white, find the gap between the reds and black and back out. That was superbly controlled. Doesn't even look like there's a gap there, but he managed to find one.
I mean, just talking about sort of ailments and injuries, Tom Ford mustn't be forgotten. When he made his first maximum, he actually discharged himself from hospital. Up in Aberdeen it was, for the Grand Prix. He was ill with, I think, a stomach complaint. Discharged himself, made his first maximum. So, you know, sometimes, like I say, it's almost like, because there's something more important to think about than the snooker, it relaxes you a little bit.
Yeah, and even, you know, someone like Tom, you know, his best game is obviously good enough to beat anyone, but so if it was to drop 10-20%, it's still probably good enough to beat most. I think that's an important point to make, that his bad game is still pretty good, or at least bad in his mind. So it'll always be a task for anyone. Similar to Matthew Stevens, I suppose. He's got that much experience, he's played that many games of snooker in his life and career, that even his bad game is still good enough to compete. Hence why they've been on the tour for so long.
$14. 21. 22. 29. 30.
'Well, as I mentioned earlier, in the first phase, 2 draws and a win. So that's 7 frames that Tom Ford has won in the tournament prior to this stage. But he had a century
38.
and 6 half centuries. So, you know, he was scoring really heavily when he had chances like this.
Similar to what we've seen from Ricky Walden in this event. If you can kill the frames off in one visit when you get the chance, you're going to be there or thereabouts.
46.
If you can win the frame, of course, he's guaranteed a point, but chance to get the 3 points. If you could win 3-0, it really sets the pace in the group.
Well, he was up pretty quick off that one, I think. He thought he'd missed that black, it just caught the near knuckle.
$54.
And he's lost the cue ball there. So from nowhere, really, he's got to play this tough little cutback. This is missable. But he's played it nicely, and he's got the perfect cannon to the red, so now surely no
61.
reason why Tom shouldn't win the frame at this visit.
And if he could make a century, and it's a good chance, it would be the 100th century of this year's Championship League.
62.
Well, they're absolutely perfect to do that, aren't they? Look at the reds.
Yeah, and let's be honest, you know, some of the
67.
star names didn't enter, some of the players who make so many breaks, but the strength and depth, not only on tour, but
68.
with players who are not on the tour, trying to get on, have been on, just never been stronger. So many players have come here and produced a high standard.
Yeah, when you consider just how many of the
73.
top 16 players didn't enter this, we've had, what, 60-odd different players make century breaks in this event, which just again underlines what you're saying.
74.
And it's a good time now, the business end, to be killing frames off clinically. Feels like Lou Wenwei hasn't done that much wrong.
81. $82. $89. $90. $97.
It's worth saying Perry Mann's won the Masters without making a 50 break, but that's over 40 years ago. Times have changed considerably. It's a scoring game now, and Tom Ford has made the 100th century break of this year's Championship League to take full control of this match.
$107. $110.
It's been a really nice break, this, from Tom. The first red to get in was superb. How he found the gap through the pack, back out for the baulk colour.
114.
That just set the tone for this break. He struck it to perfection. And he solved a little puzzle around the black spot quite nicely. Got it open very early on, and
119.
well, this is the result. A great visit from a great player.
Perfect start. Not only winning the first two frames, but winning them pretty clinically.
125.
Just missed one red, didn't he, early on in the first frame, but hasn't faltered here. And again, if it comes down to high breaks, this is a big one early in the day. 132 from Tom Ford. He leads 2-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Pretty swift start to the day on both tables. Ben Merton's just gone 2-0 up against Yao Peng Cheng, who was in front in that frame. And Tom Ford, you've just seen that 132 clearance. Superb break from him to lead 2-0 here against Lou Wenwei, who's not really had that much of a look in yet. Best he can do now, of course, is a draw. Tom Ford knows that 3-0 is the perfect start, not only the 3 points, but the frame difference. He's also got a century, a big one, in his back pocket, so already a strong start for him.
look at how he's played that. What a shot again from Tom Ford at that pace, dragging the cue ball down the table with right-hand side. Look at the cue ball off the cushion here. Just checks it back up. That is such a good shot that he's just played. Deary me.
8.
Of course, you want to get off to the perfect start, and winning your first game is obviously a good way to do that, but winning 3-0, that really does put the pressure on everyone.
9.
Because of the frame difference, if other results finish 3-1, say, come the end of the day, if players are level, then you'd only need the draw if you get those 3-0 results, so they do make a difference.
16. 17.
Can't help but think Lou Wenwei's looking at him thinking, I wish I'd hurt my shoulder. Be knocking in tons and breaks for fun.
$25.
Well, he struck that pack nicely, and
30.
the Reds looked initially like they were going to open perfectly. They haven't done. He's actually pushed more balls safe. Black's out of commission now also. But that's a good recovery pot to keep it going.
31. Brown ball.
Well,
35.
first glance doesn't look like it's worked out. I mean, that could have been the beginning of the end of this match.
Yeah, he took a little bit of a calculated gamble there going into them. There was already, you know, slightly open, but it was tough to play a accurate positional shot to lay on an open red anyway, so took the chance. Hasn't paid off, but he's got a good lead in this frame. Lou Wenwei must be wondering how this game has gotten away from him so quickly. As you say, he's not really done a lot wrong. But that's the beauty of this Championship League's the game.
35.
They can get away from you quickly. You have to hit the ground running. It's as simple as that. Now, is this a plant to right corner? The two reds in between the other two reds. Looks pretty close. He's had a good look at it.
Well, that is very welcome for Lou Wenwei. So now he really has to get amongst them here, try and put something together. He's been sat in that seat watching Tom Ford for most of the morning so far. Remember, he's a first season professional, so just sort of coming to these tournaments is all new to him. He's 21 years of age.
Yeah, he got through the Asian Q school, didn't he? And he had a couple of good wins along the way. I think I remember him beating Tian Pengfei, who of course was on the tour for a long period of time and, you know, wasn't able to get through the Q school, which again shows how tough it is.
Yeah, and the Asian Q school, it's actually a big thing. It's a bit different to the British one in terms of the setup. There's an audience. It's actually televised, so you know there are stakes there.
Yeah, I've seen some pictures actually of those events. They're really well set up. They do look like proper big events in their own right, which of course they are, you know. It's a pathway to the World Snooker Tour.
Well, he just hasn't had much table time, has he? And didn't land on a colour, so just looking to roll to the brown, which not got tight to it. That means he hasn't, in fact, cut this red off on the left-hand side. Ben Mertens in again on table 2. He's 2-0 up there, the Belgian. Here he is, yeah, it's a real talent, Ben Mertens, and doesn't need the rest very often, does he? He's a very tall lad, very dedicated as well.
29.
He looks to be playing great as well.
Lou Wenwei,
His opponent, Yao Peng Chen, has had a couple of chances and got nicely in front in both the frames, and Ben's made a couple of really good clearances, so he's looking like he's razor sharp, ready to go today. But you're right, he's absolutely massive, isn't he now? And I agree, I seem to think every time I see him he's getting taller. Of course, you see the stance of him, he has to bend both legs to get right down to the table, just goes to show how tall he is.
Well, we saw Ricky yesterday, didn't we, Ricky Walden, but even he doesn't quite measure up to Ben Mertens. Anyway, going really well there, looking good to get that 1-3-0. Matchroom Multisport, of course, YouTube channel with all the action from table 2. It's a very interesting group. Sam Craigie to come against Amir Sarkosh.
Well, that was very nicely played from Tom. Judged the slide off the second cushion particularly well. Just feels like Lou Wenwei is just clinging on to Tom Ford at the moment. Doesn't feel like he's shown us any reason that he's going to make some inroads. It's the chances he's had are few and far between, and when he has got in, he's not really made anything of them, anything substantial anyway. Just trying to tie Tom up at the moment, but I'm not sure that's going to cut it. I think he needs to be aggressive.
foul and a miss. Lou Wenwei 4. Back.
Beyond it.
No, I don't think it was top. I think we were, because I had to look in line and it wasn't this side of the pocket. Yeah.
Well, Ford was trying to make that more difficult for himself by saying he was behind the brown.
Yeah, I think Andrew Barklam, the referee, has got it absolutely right, because he's played off the side cushion and he's sort of come diagonal going towards the green. So that's good refereeing.
Well, Mertens is over the line next door, so that's a very authoritative performance from Ben Mertens, setting the pace, laying down a marker for the rest in that wide open group. He's made breaks of 61.58 and he's on 1 of 80 at the moment. So it's not taken very long, has it? About 40 minutes. Lou Wenwei just can't get going, and sense time is kind of running out now. Well, Tom Ford made the 100th century of the Championship League. Can Ben Mertens make the 101st?
86.
Well, just as we pick it up, didn't come ideal on this green. He's on a break of 86. Either way, he's won 3-0, but it'd be nice to see him complete it with a ton. Yeah, nicely recovered.
89.
Not just the result. I mean, obviously 3-0 is the perfect start. It's how he's got there will make him feel great. Although he doesn't actually play again until 5 o'clock. He's the top seed in that
93.
group.
I
think the pertinent thing is he made 4 centuries last season on the World Snooker Tour, and this is his 4th of this season already. So it tells you how well he's played in this Championship League.
104.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from Ben Mertens. Looking really, really sharp today. And it's good to see, actually. Says and tells us a lot about him as a player and a person.
111, the clearance. Ben Mertens with the 3 points with the perfect start. 3-0 over Yao Peng Cheng. Rather cagey frame, meanwhile, being played here. Lou Wenwei just looking for some sort of foothold in this match. He keeps on sort of potting reds and not really landing nice.
Lou Wenwei, what?
And again, just a bizarre shot selection for me there. There was like no value at all. If he pots the green, he's, well, he'd have been very fortunate to have not been snookered behind it. So certainly didn't have a red to go out afterwards. Can't work out why he tried to pot that green. I mean, the points were neither here nor there for him. Like I say, it just feels like he's clinging on and sort of not really knowing what to do or how to approach this game now. It's almost gotten away from him.
Foul and a miss. Tom Ford 4.
Well, looking for the thin edge, although I'm not sure he needed to catch the paintwork of that red. The target zone was up in behind the yellow. Cue ball's come down the table, left this red next to the blue, virtually unmissable for Tom.
1.
And already 30 points to the good. 3 reds in open play will be enough for Tom. Doesn't get any easier for Lou Wenwei either. He's got 2 other tough opponents in this group. Wuiza, Matthew Stevens.
6.
And he plays Wuiza in the final match of this session this afternoon, and the result doesn't go his way there. His day will be over.
Andrew Barklam, eagle-eyed, the referee there, watching that pink just under Tom Ford's shirt.
Seven.
Might have just gotten a small angle on the blue, but the green is hanging. Just a case of how the green is going to react, how the cue ball, sorry, is going to react off the green. Trying to find his way back down this end of the table.
Yeah,
he's okay. Just wonder if he'll play for the black here, Tom. Oh, he had plenty of angle. Thought he was straight. Had loads of angle. Great shot. And now, not really much else to do. Just one good positional shot here. Just needs to get on a red. Green puts him 43 to the good. Next red is rain ball bar in snookers.
Tom Ford, 11.
Took a long, long time over it, didn't he? I suppose the only good news is he's pushed another colour save there, the brown. But it could have been over. It really should have been over. Lou Wenwei clinging on. Just not happening though, is it, for him?
Yeah, and the fact that Tom didn't sit down in his seat there is interesting. I don't think Tom fancied him potting that, purely from what we've seen this morning. And he's missed it by a long way, hasn't he? Tom can see that his opponent is struggling to get in and make any inroads, that even that shot looked really tough. But he's not managed to capitalise on the mistake. And this is by no means easy. The shot with a rest a minute ago looked a lot easier than this one. Tom can come two cushions, try and kick the red back down the table. Something fullish to it will hold the cue ball. Oh, he caught it just ever so slightly on the way through one cushion, but it wasn't enough to move it too far. Caught it again a second time. Now he needs to get the black in play here. Yeah, I'll be pleased with that.
Second match underway on table 2. Sam Craigie, of course, back on tour, having been given a medical exemption. Terrible trouble with his neck last year. And Amir Sarkosh from Iran. Ben Mertens already having won 3-0 against Yao Peng Cheng. Ford holding all the cards here, 40 in front. But even though Lou has struggled, if he were to nick the frame somehow, then, you know, suddenly you could see him getting a point in a match that he looks certain to lose 3-0. So Ford needs to keep his discipline here to try and earn the chance to put it away.
Just got to be careful here with his safety. He wants to bring that pink into play, but the angle he needs to hit the first red to get the cue ball up in behind the green and brown. Doesn't want to send that pink to cannon that red near the middle and push it on. That's why he played a thicker contact on it. Well, hand on table, Tom will definitely be having a go at this red. He's pretty much guaranteed to be on a colour, black or pink. And in it goes.
Oh.
That was a good strike.
Lou Wenwei's only scored 17 points, and 6 of those were from Tom Ford hitting the pink, trying to lay into the bunch. So it's been a pretty wretched start for Lou Wenwei. But Tom Ford, it's got to be said, has played very well.
Well, is the pink not potable from where the cue ball is? Maybe very tight to that cushion. There you see, it's a thin contact, and well, does the brown, is it a big pocket? Well, he's 41 points in front. If he can pot the brown, his opponent will need snookers. But surely he'll be looking to try and pot that if he can.
Brown ball.
Let's see if it does pass the pink.
Five. Tom Ford, 5.
Well, you look sort of the bulk end. I mean, there's definitely places to lay snookers there.
Oh. Eight. Lou Wenwei, 8.
Well, that was a handy kiss on the blue, to say the least. 37 points in it, 35 on. Lou Wenwei can't afford to leave this red on, otherwise it's definitely over.
Again, quite cleverly played from Tom. was a big target getting the red over on the left side cushion, with the blue being where it is. Limits what Lou Wenwei can do with this. And again, Tom will be looking to get distance if he can between cue ball and object ball, but that may not be possible here. I just wonder if he'll be tempted to play a slow one. No, he took all the risk out of it.
Well, I suppose he could pop red and pink. He could still need one snooker.
Yeah, and it would be a lot easier to lay a snooker with that cue ball being in balk already. Yeah, that's what he tried. Where's this red going to finish? Ooh.
He's just struggling badly. You know, he didn't have a lot of table time first two frames, that's true, but in this frame, he's not really been able to do anything. Well, this is a better attempt. You can see a piece of the red though.
Again, another very good return from Tom. Controlled the object ball nicely. And even if you can see an edge of this red, what value is it to him? Needs to be careful he doesn't send that red over the right corner pocket for starters.
Foul.
Or pop the pink.
Oh dear. Well, if ever a shot summed up a match from his perspective, that was it. What a shambles that was. So 43, the difference now, 35 on. He must have, when he saw Tom Ford right at the start, you know, struggling with the shoulder, thought, wow, I've got a big chance here. But then the fact is Ford made breaks of 82 and 132. Well, if Ford can put the red away, then that is that, surely. Remember, a very interesting match to come, Wuiza and Matthew Stevens. Tom Ford, no doubt, hoping for a draw there, assuming he does win this 3-0. Now, this has got a chance. Well, it could have been nailed to the brown, but wouldn't you know it? There's a little gap. Well, that's better. If it runs, Yeah, he doesn't run.
Yeah, even Tom said that's unlucky. How has he left a gap there? He's played the red into a great area. Oh, look, has Tom fluked it? No. Well, at least the last two attempts of getting the snookers have been a lot better, because the first couple were, well, they weren't even attempts, really. But he's got some big targets on this table. Those baulk colours are absolutely perfect, and the black just being off the spot helps as well down this end.
If he gets a snooker, though, it's going to have to be good, because Ford, you know, he's been around a while, hasn't he? Tom Ford, a quarter of a century on tour. He knows all the moves. And he might have him in trouble himself here. That was the intention. Match just kind of refusing to end. Still a chance here. 43 in it on the last red. He's not absolutely done yet. But he's got to get a good snooker.
Again, great line. But watch him find the gap past the brown.
Amazing. Well, if he were to pot it, he would need to get basically the black off it. And concentrating on not potting it, he's left it. So this is Tom Ford's chance now to get this one. He's been by far the better player. And there it is. Well, he seemed to be in pain when the match began, but in the end, Tom Ford has given Lou Wenwei the cold shoulder. He's beaten him 3-0. We'll be back in 5 minutes for Wuiza against Matthew Stevens.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Lulu's, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of the guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it. I mean, you want to follow me in there next? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing is Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't good.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really getting to the spirit.
Nine-ball fans all around the world. There's so much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Mattioli Arena. It's the very last day of the Stage 2 of the BetVictor Championship League. Here is what we've seen so far. Tom Ford put in a sparkling performance, defeating Chinese debutant Lou Wenwei by 3-0. Played very well in spite of a bad shoulder. Over on table 2, very similar scoreline, 3-0 Ben Mertens over Yao Pengcheng. Good performance from Ben. Good to see him playing. He's a very attractive player to watch. But coming up for us very shortly, we've got the veteran now, Matthew Stevens. He'll be in action against China's Wuiza. Wuiza will remain tableside to take on his fellow Chinese player, Lou Wenwei. That will be the last match of the afternoon here on table 1. Table 2, Sam Craigie is in action currently against Amir Sarkosh. Very close first frame, actually. But Sam Craigie has just won it by potting the brown, so he's going to take frame 1. But we have both players now awaiting the beginning of our second match of the day here on table 1. Wuiza on the left, about to take on Matthew Stevens. They've played a couple of times. They're one match each, actually. Matthew Stevens defeated Wuiza in the UK Championship qualifiers a while back. In the World Championship qualifiers, what a match that was. Matthew Stevens was just a ball away from being safe, but he lost in a very, very titanic struggle by the odd frame, 10 frames to 9 to Wuiza. Wuiza making it through to the Crucible Theatre to lose to the eventual finalist Mark Williams. Matthew Stevens breaking off here. 47 years old now, ranked 52 in the world, has been world number 4 back in 2005, 2006. Amazingly, just won the one major championships. That was the UK Championships when he defeated Stephen Hendry 10-8 in the final back in 2003, that was. Wuiza just making his way as a professional player. He's ranked 20th in the world already. He's 21 years old. Been to 2 ranking event finals already in his short career, but has lost them both. But I'm sure Stephen Horwath, he'll win something eventually. He's too good a player, isn't he?
Yeah, and he could be potentially just over 24 hours away from lifting his first. Of course, this event concludes tomorrow. The last 2 chances, the last 2 places up for grabs today here on table 1 and table 2, of course. The 2 winners will be through. And yeah, I think Wuiza is certainly on most people's shortlist as one of the next first-time champions, but I suppose it doesn't matter about other people's shortlist, it's about what he does, and ultimately he's got to stand up in those big moments and take the chance. But he's very, very talented, very young. He's got a great career ahead of him.
Yeah, speaking to him earlier, because amazingly, I mean, we always pronounce it as Wuiza, but he doesn't pronounce the Y, he just refers to himself as Wuiza. Or Wuiza, rather. So, yeah, live and learn.
Well, it's been an event of pronunciations, hasn't it? We've had a few tellings off from players to get their names pronounced correctly. And rightly so as well. We want to make sure we get it right, but it's always difficult unless we're told. So it's good that he's told you, Dom.
Yeah, it's a silent Y almost. He doesn't pronounce the Y at all, so it's Wuiza. There you go. But it's Matthew Stevens who's in first here with a golden opportunity. Already look at the position of the Reds. What a chance this is. He's already begun this season very well. He's qualified for both the Wuhan Open and the British Open, where it's nice to start the season winning the first 2 rounds in major events. And of course, it's already won his stage 1 group. And if he can get through this group, he'll be in the very final day's play, which of course is tomorrow, when this great championships reaches its climax. Tomorrow evening, stage 3. Semi-final groups to be played. Group winners will contest the final later tomorrow evening.
Yeah, it's quite a bold first red that Wuiza attempted. He didn't hold back one bit, did he? Full-blooded. He's left the world on for Matthew Stevens in this first frame. And we know how short these matches are. It's important to get off to a good start and try and settle in as quickly as possible. And what better way to do that with a good first chance? But what a basic error that is from Matthew Stevens.
12.
Complete misjudgment to the cannon above the black. And that's end of break.
Yeah, early signs there, because when you're a player and you begin a match, you're always assessing the way the cloth is playing, the reaction of the balls. And I think Matthew has played this black pretty much as intended, but realised that this cloth is playing a little on the heavy side, probably because of the humidity factor. He just didn't get the action out of the cue ball that he expected. So he'll have learned from that, and he'll realise that he'll need to put a little bit more into the cue ball in order to get the backspin required in future.
Matthew Stevens, 12.
Now, Wuiza has got a red to right corner here, and I just wonder if he can find the gap past the black. Well, he's going the other route. He's had a look at the main cluster. There may be a plant close at the back. It certainly is close. Well, he's gone in. Great shot. He came round to have a look at that.
Yeah, well spotted, Stephen, and he's nicely on the green, really. Now, when you get to my age, you look at these greens and you think, oh, this is a tricky little cutback. But when you're as young as Wuiza, you don't expect to miss these. That was well spotted, wasn't it?
Well, I'm 29 and I look at these greens with fear. Yeah, it's not nice when you're cutting back into a blind pocket. It's a bit of a timing shot, that. And we can see there just how difficult it can be. He's missed it.
Yes, you always assess the playing conditions. There are 2 practice tables backstage as well, but it's in a different part of the room, and it could well be that the cloths are different there. They won't be as new as they are here. These tables were reclothed on Sunday, whereas I wager the ones on the practice table have been on those tables just a little longer than that. So it's very usual when you practice and you get accustomed to those conditions that you take those thoughts into the match auditorium, only to find that the table's playing slightly differently there and you have to readjust.
Six.
The black is available into the left corner. Matthew would love to be able to get onto it at some point, because if he can and remove that red just to the right of the black, that would really open this whole frame up for him.
I think he's got the chance to play on the black here, should he wish. The pink is available also. There's a gap round the back of the reds. That's what he's played. And it's quite a big area to play into, and he's landed absolutely perfect. And now he'll look to try and get rid of that red just right of the black. That's the one that's in his way currently. If he can't play it here, it'll be in a shot or two's time. Just try and tidy up this end of the table, and he could have struck that one nicer.
14.
Well, if he can really get hold of the cue ball here, he should be able to cannon that red away from the black and be on the black, but he's got other ideas. That was a little near jawish, but it's gone in. He's okay on the blue, but straighter would have been better, because he could have then just rolled the blue in for probably one of the two reds below the pink, which he can't do now. So he needs to be a little more precise here positionally.
20.
Pink spot's occupied, so that would go on the green spot unless he can shift the red away from the pink spot, which he hasn't done. Quite wise, I think, because the blue's in open play, the black's okay, it will pot into one of the corners. These are all the decisions you have to make as a player. You don't always have to try and allow for the higher value colours to be respotted.
Still has the issue of that red being right of the black. Just means the black is only available into one pocket at the moment. And now he can get rid of it and fully open up this black spot.
35.
And he's going nicely here, Matthew. After making that
36.
Positional error early on in his first chance. Looks to be striking the ball quite nicely. He's a classy operator, isn't he, Matthew Stevens? Always has been.
43.
Very good to watch. Fantastic player when he's playing well, and hard to beat when he isn't.
Yes, he's very strong-willed, Matthew Stevens. Very strong mind. He's one of these players, and there aren't many of them in the game, but he has this very natural cue action. Very rhythmical, almost roundhouse cue action that you normally begin with as a youngster and coach out of yourself as time progresses. But Matthew, a bit like Robert Milkins and a couple of other players, have a very natural cue action. Whereas a lot of players, as they get older, they begin to experiment with all sorts of different things, cues, cue actions, practice routines and everything.
49.
But Matthew has just trusted himself to play his natural way, and it's served him well through the years.
50.
And there was a great example of that shot you was talking about a moment ago from Matthew Stevens, just there on that blue. Learnt from that mistake he made positionally earlier on. He made the adjustment to how the cloth is playing, and he got into that cue ball perfectly to play that little holding cannon to the red.
57.
And now he's absolutely perfect. He's over the line already in this frame. Chance to make a century.
58. $65. 66.
Some years ago now, probably around 10 years ago, I'd say, he had his original cue stolen from a car in the car park. I think it was in Llanelli, near the Telegraphist Matchroom Club that he used to practice in at one time.
71.
And this is a replica of the cue that he used to use. And he doesn't 72. Get a massive amount of reaction out the ball, Matthew. It's a very strong, solid cue that he uses. Break goes to 77.
77.
I've seen some breaks flying in already this afternoon. And a century from Tom Ford in his opening match. May well see one here in the very first frame of this.
85. $87.
Oh, that was a miscue. Just checking the tip. I don't think he'll have damaged it. It wasn't a severe miscue. It just means that he's lost position a little bit. Oh, great pot. And he's on the blue. Beautifully played. Look at that for a positional shot. Fantastic. Oh, he's missed the blue. Well, he's made 359 career centuries. He couldn't add to it there, but nevertheless, that was an excellent break from Matthew Stevens. He comfortably wins the first frame to lead 1-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Welcome back. Matthew Stevens has just taken that first frame with that excellent break of 94.
Wuiza to break.
Wuiza with it all to do here, breaking off for frame 2. Didn't do a lot in that first frame, missed a couple. Very attacking player. His whole game is based around potting and break building. Still only 21 years old, has a lot to learn. He needs to start knocking some of those long ones in if he's to contest this match.
I've got no doubt that Matthew Stevens will be well up for this game. I was fortunate enough to be in commentary for the match in the final qualifying round between Wuiza and Matthew Stevens to qualify for the Crucible, and it was an absolute epic. It was a thrilling end to what was a great game. Wuiza taking it on the final colours and gave out a big roar in the arena, and no doubt Matthew will have remembered that. Played in great spirits, of course.
Yeah, I remember Matthew missing a black off the spot. I don't think he's ideally on it, but if he'd have knocked it in, I'm sure he'd have won that frame and he'd have been at the Crucible, where every player wants to take their place at, because it is the mecca of the game, there's no doubt about it. It's a very special atmosphere at the Crucible Theatre. And it's not easy to play in front of, I have to say.
So once again, Matthew Stevens in, looking to get to work in amongst these reds. 3 or 4 available to him at the moment, but it's a great pack to attack, probably from the blue at some stage. Or if he removes one of the reds directly above the black, then it makes for a big target from the black. Well, he's landed low, if anything, probably too low on this red, but
16.
It might not be too bad. If he tops this through, he might just glance off the back of the pack. Perfect.
17.
Matthew Stevens, like a lot of the great break builders, spots shots like that, where others don't see them immediately. That's a sort of shot that a lot of the players from a couple of generations ago, in snooker terms anyway, wouldn't really have played or known existed. It's just the way that the game has changed in the last 20, 30 years or so.
$25.
And he made the one maximum in his career, along with 359 career centuries. Said earlier, ranked 52 in the world now, but he has got off to a good start this season, so I expect his ranking to climb.
Yeah, but it's a dangerous area, isn't it? That, you know, mid-50s, because it sort of lures you into a false sense of security, because come the end of the season, there's quite often players ranked in the 50s that are involved in tour survival battles at the World Championship qualifiers. And of course the prize money's so big there as well that if you don't win those first matches there, people can overtake you quite quickly.
Surprised me, Stephen, that somebody like Anthony McGill, who I think is ranked 59 in the world, didn't enter this event, because those ranking points could be crucial to him to stay on the tour.
Yeah, and it was amazing to see the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters draw came out a couple of days ago, and Anthony McGill starts in the 2nd round, which, you know, looks a tough draw. I think my good friend Oliver Brown, if he wins his first round match, he plays Anthony McGill, which, you know, it's not ideal in the 2nd round because he's a lot better than his ranking suggests, isn't he? Oh, as Matthew Stevens throws in a quick one. An unexpected miss on the black. He was going nicely there. Had Wuiza under pressure. Chance to make another big contribution. And hand on table right behind it. You shouldn't be missing them.
One.
So chance to get straight into the reds here if he wishes to. Does have a red at the back of the pack, but he's going to have to get some movement at some stage. Usually plays the attacking shot. Well, he didn't really seem to get much movement at all, but I think he's okay. Certainly got a red to the left corner.
Yeah, he's just seemed to catch one red full ball, which deflected down into the edge of the pack and just developed a couple. But all in all, it worked out really well, but he's just a little short of pace there. Now, can he play and hold for the red next to the blue?
I suppose he could hold the blue spot. Well, he's going high, so he's running through. Went in and out of ball. That cue ball's travelling, and he's caught the yellow. That's a mistake. Wasn't forced into playing that shot there, Wuiza.
12.
Thought he could have just manipulated the cue ball in such a way to hold the blue spot. Blue would have then gone down onto the black spot, and it'd have been perfect on the red to just drop it into middle. But he's found one there. That's a brilliant recovery shot. Well, he's going to be on at least the green. Does pass the yellow.
Yeah, has a nice angle on the green to work with as well. I could play for the red next to the blue, but he could run down for the red at the bottom of that little group. Oh, this doesn't look a particularly good line.
Oh, but it might have worked out well. If he strikes this one shot nicely, the red at the left of the main cluster is the attacking shot to play. Screw through the reds and back out. Yellow's waiting, an absolute guarantee. Could bring everything into play here. Struck to perfection.
17. $23. $24.
Well, while that red is hanging over the right-hand corner, if I had the opportunity, I'd try and part those two reds together just below the pink, if the angle is advantageous for that, because he'll need those two reds. They don't really pot anywhere at present.
$30. $31.
I think he tried to leave an angle on the pink there to nudge the other two reds into play, but hasn't quite run far enough for that. Well, now he has a great chance to play the red to the left of the black spot and probably go for blue or yellow, I'd suggest.
Just wonder if he can slip that yellow into the middle pocket. Could play the cannon to the red here. Chose against it.
38.
Now can he pot this pink and just screw into the right red of the two? Well, again, chose against that, so he's got other ideas, Wuiza.
Yeah, I think he tried to leave himself on the pink to screw into the reds and probably just travelled too far now. He's running out of time. And this needs to shift.
45.
Oh, it may be perfect. Problem is now, he's going to have to cannon these reds and hope that he'll be on one of them where he doesn't have that fail-safe of the red that he's just knocked in over the pocket.
Yeah, that was the issue. He needs this shot to go right now. And it has done. Nicely controlled.
51. $52. $58.
Just felt he had a poor contact previously, so having the cue ball clean, he just needs a red and any colour now to be safe in this second frame. Matthew Stevens in the background, probably still reflecting on that missed black off the spot.
59. $65. $67.
Well short of pace. I don't think you'll be able to see any of this green. It should be an easy escape, and he is 35 points ahead. Just 25 remaining, so I think if he contacts the green, Matthew Stevens would concede. We'll find out very shortly.
Wuiza, 67.
Yes, indeed, Matthew Stevens does concede. Well, Wuiza didn't do a great deal in the first frame, but he certainly has in this second frame, and he's managed to level up at 1 frame all.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Welcome back. It's 1 frame all on our featured match between Wuiza and Matthew Stevens, but we're just going to pop across to table 2, Sam Craigie. Just about 1 frame 1. It's good to see him back after illness. Never thought I'd get to see him again, in all honesty, but Amir Sarkosh is a player that's probably unfamiliar to most, but he's a very capable player. And once again, Sam Craigie is bossing this second frame, but Amir Sarkosh, as he did in the first frame, has a chance to steal it. Can he do so this time? It's an important frame to level up at 1 all if he can manage it. But it's a little tricky. He's got work to do now. I haven't played Amir Sarkosh, Stephen. I don't know whether you have.
I have, yeah. We played out in the Q Tour playoffs last season. In the semi-final to get on the tour, and he actually beat me in that match. He played fantastically well. It was the first time I've ever seen him play, and he's a tough player to play against. He's very capable of disrupting your rhythm. That's what I seem to take from that match, because I was playing great, and all of a sudden I found myself sat in my chair for long periods of time with... Yeah, he's quite a pedestrian player. He's quite thorough. Good player on his day.
Yeah, he's underestimated. I think he's one of these players that's a lot more dangerous than a lot of players may give him credit for. But we'll keep you in touch with that match, but it is available on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel if you want to head across to see Sam Craig in action there against Amir Sarkosh. But this match is intriguingly poised here. Matthew Stevens using the green to cover the red. Played it nicely. It's always nice, I think, in a short sprint when you can each win a frame. We've both got a bit of a foothold into the match.
Yeah, and of course, the difference with that last frame is that Wuiza pounced on the mistake from Matthew Stevens. The miss black off the spot from right behind it was a very uncharacteristic miss, a miss that you don't expect from someone of Matthew Stevens' class. He was playing with a touch of reverse side off the cushion, which added an element of difficulty, but still a shot that you would expect him to get. It's not always about the mistakes you make, it's about whether or not you're punished for it, and he was punished heavily.
I was having a look at Matthew's cue ahead of this match, and just below the ferrule, the shaft of the cue is actually quite meaty and quite wide in diameter, but the ferrule just dives into a much smaller diameter. I think he's one of these players, like a lot of them, he doesn't use the titanium ferrule, which is much harder. The brass is easily polished to a high shine, but it diminishes in size, over the years, the months, and a lot of players always having to have their ferrule replaced. And Matthew's ferrule size is so much smaller than the wood underneath it.
Well, it's not the first time we've seen that one cushion escape.
Matthew Stevens 4.
Look on the square side. I think the players expect a little bit more, a little bit of a wider throw off that first cushion, with it being a new cloth. Again, maybe just highlights that the conditions are on the heavy side. Well, he really needs to hit it this time, which you would expect. It's a big target. But he can see red's full. No problems.
While we're witnessing this safety exchange, just to quickly tell you that Amir Sarkosh has just failed to come out of a snooker over on table 2, and Sam Craigie now is 29 points to the good with just 27 remaining, and he's just potted the yellow with the rest, so any moment now it will be 2-0 to Sam Craigie.
Oh, Matthew Stevens playing the red up by the balk area, trying to control it, get it back down this end, just to tidy the frame up. Then we see confirmation of Sam Craigie heading to a 2-0 lead over Amir Sarkosh. A big opportunity for all over on table 2 today, and Ben Mertens with a 3-0 win in his opener. And now Sam Craigie looking good. It could come down to the two of them.
Eight. Nine.
Not particularly well played, just killed the pace of the cue ball too much there. He's a little fortunate, but he can still see this black. I think the essence, though, Stephen, of good break building is to
16.
try not to allow the cue ball to travel too far to your colour. And I think Wuiza could have played a more simplified shot for position on the black previously, but he
17.
chose a more complicated route, and it nearly cost him.
Yeah, I think that just shows, just how really inexperienced he is, but just how confident he is. So young, 21 years of age, and just wants to pop balls, doesn't he? I don't think he minds where he leaves his cue ball on the table. He just wants to pop them, and 90% of the time they all go in. He's an incredible talent, and of course, as he gets older and grows up, and inevitably the battle scars
23.
come, he'll learn another side to the game, and he'll want that cue ball under a little bit more control. But at the minute, he's just free rolling, isn't he? Up to 20th in the world rankings, which, for someone that's been pro
24.
since what, 2021, that is an incredible achievement for someone so young.
I think for a lot of people starting out, embarking on their professional career, I think Mark Williams is a great player to copy the way he makes breaks, because Mark Williams, in his heyday years,
29.
had a lot of flair and could play every shot in the book, and he probably still can. But he's just tempered his style of play, and he plays a much more simplified version of snooker, plays within himself. And I think that's why he's so effective.
Yeah, he's such a graceful break builder, isn't he, Mark Williams? And he never looks to be trying too hard, and his cue ball never seems to have too much on it. The pace is always perfect. It's just, it's an art. It really is. Similar to Ronnie in that respect. The way they go about their work, it's an art.
I've never thought of Mark Williams as being graceful, but I wouldn't say it's like watching the first act of Swan Lake, but he's very effective though, isn't he? I've played him so many times. The way he goes about things, his temperament, of course, is one of his biggest assets. And that's why, he's one of the game's all-time greats.
It's just the way he floats the ball around. There isn't really anyone that I can think of that floats the balls around like Mark Williams. Just played with such
36.
control.
$37.
Who'd be your favourite player to watch, Stephen? I like asking other fellow players this.
My favourite player to watch? Well, I think in recent times it's got to be
44.
Zhao Xingtong, because of just how easy he makes the game look. And as a player myself, you watch him, and he's a bit of a case study for us all, us mere mortals, of how he can
45.
play the game and make it look easy. Judd Trump would be another one. But I like watching all the great champions, really, and sort of studying them and trying to work out how they do it, because in the moments of the most pressure, they're able to find that level.
Wuiza 45.
I'll say one game that sticks out in my mind was qualified for the German Masters a good few years ago now. Played Mark Selby on table 1 in the Tempodrome, and pretty much spent 5 frames welded to the baulk cushion. And I just remember being sat in my chair, barely doing anything wrong. He was knocking in long balls, his safety was immaculate, as it always is. Just thinking, this is the level you've got to get to be at the top of the game. And it's quite a daunting prospect, really, because it seems so far away for everyone, I suppose. They really are unbelievable snooker players.
Oh, that was nicely played by Matthew Stevens. Top spin and right-hand side on the cue ball. Choice of reds now into this left corner, but was a bit of a surprising miss, that black off the spot from Wuiza. Looking good on 45 until that missed black. Matthew would love to just nudge those reds away from the pink. Try and also get the black back onto its spot if he can. It's not a good scoring opportunity just yet.
But similar to the previous frame, a miss black off the spot has presented an opportunity for a steal. A little bit of problem solving to do for Matthew here, these 5 reds, but does have the chance.
I think he's been unlucky here, as I don't think the 2 reds together will pot anywhere. No. It's just going to have to be a safety. That'll be disappointing to Matthew. There's nothing wrong with the way he played the blue there. He's just a little unfortunate. But can bring one of the awkward reds into play. He is still 29 points behind. That's not the best safety.
Matthew Stevens, 12.
Yeah, be bitterly disappointed with that one. As you say, the intention was to get the safe red off the cushion, but had to get that cue ball into baulk to catch the blue. Well, that's a big error that he's made. And now he might be in trouble himself.
Played a pretty good shot there. And the problem is when there are reds dotted around like this, you play one red into another and you never quite know where they're all going to finish. It's so easy to knock a ball towards a pocket. It's always something you've got to check for. So if Wuiza, for instance, plays the red just below the pink spot here, one red could easily deflect off another and go near the pocket somewhere. It's something you've always got to look out for. There is a possible red on here for Wuiza for the left corner, but it's a little dangerous. There's no guarantee that he can manoeuvre that cue ball around the back of the reds and back towards baulk. Attempted it. And now a similar half chance here for Matthew Stevens.
Matthew Stevens, 1.
Well, he took a bit of a gamble there, Matthew. Chose to play the more difficult black, purely to make the rest of the break easier, with the black being on the pink spot, or back on its own spot. Already behind in this frame, it was a cheap mistake to make, to give or gift some points to Wuiza. I think the black will spot here, just right at the pink. You can see its spot is visible. It may still be potable into the right corner pocket.
8.
Oh yeah, there you see, no problems at all. No, just got this delicate little one down the top cushion. Wants to leave himself.
9.
And that's absolutely perfect. He can just top off the side cushion now and come out for the 2 reds into the left corner. So from the break of 94 in the opener from Matthew Stevens, it's been a
16.
good response from Wuiza. He's strung 2 good frames together, and he's guaranteed himself at least the draw in this match.
17.
Puts him 52 points to the good.
24.
Just 43 remain, but of course this red is a formality.
25.
Seems to struggle in frame 1, Wuiza. I was wondering how he was going to play, but he seemed to have found his A game. He's sparked into life. Matthew Stevens looks in decent nick himself, but just a couple of mistakes at crucial times have cost him.
32. 33.
Pink doesn't go in, but I'm sure Matthew Stevens will concede. He has done. So after winning the first frame, Matthew Stevens finds himself 2-1 behind with it all to do.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena here in Leicester. Matthew Stevens has just left the auditorium. We're on table 1, so we're just going to have a look at the progression of Sam Craigie here in the third frame with a very handy 2-0 lead. Of course, these matches over 4 frames, but should a player take a 3-0 lead, 4th frame is never necessary. San Craig in here. He left Hamir Sarkosh in a frightfully difficult snooker. He failed to escape from it successfully. Sam Craig looking good here in frame number 3.
The 4th frame.
But here on table
Wuiza to break.
number 1, Wuiza, having been 1-0 behind, finds himself 2-1 ahead and guaranteed at least a point.
I'm sure Tom Ford will be sat upstairs wishing that this game ends in a point each and finishes a draw, because after his 3-0 win in the opener, that would put him in an even stronger position. And to be honest, a draw wouldn't be a surprise. Both players have played good. Just that miss black off the spot from Matthew Stevens in the 2nd frame, and he could quite easily have been 2-0 up. Just goes to show how quick these matches turn. 1 ball here and there.
Pretty good judgment of pace there from Wuiza, getting the cue ball close to the bulk cushion. It's never easy to do when you know there's a red near bulk. It just puts a little bit more pressure on his safety shot. Matthew knows now that a mistake could easily put him out of this match. As I say, Matthew Stevens has begun the season pretty well, winning his 2 qualifying matches for both Wuhan and British Open. Wuiza did lose to Leicester's own Louis Heathcote in the Wuhan Open, so not the best start to the season for him, but he's young enough. I'm sure he'll endeavour to make amends, and he's doing so here.
Oh, played an attacking shot here. Sent the red into the reds. He needs a little bit of luck in terms of where they finish, and he's got a perfect cue ball, it seems. The tap on the table from Wuiza suggests that he has covered every possible red. Oh, that is trouble. What a shot he's played there. Quite often in these positions we see a player try and pot their way out of trouble, but what has he got to go at?
I'm struggling to see a shot, unless he can come inside the red that's nearest the left-hand side cushion and rest upon the red near this left corner pocket. In a situation like this, you've just got to find the easiest way out of a difficult situation that you can find, and that may be it.
Well, it looks as if he's playing safe off the red left of the black and trying to thread the cue ball, try and get it up by the green side. Just seemed such a tough shot to execute. It had to be played to perfection. Well, that great shot that Matthew Stevens chose to play, it was a gamble. He took a risk. Could have quite easily left something over a pocket for Wuiza. In the end, it worked out to perfection, and he gets the first good chance in this frame.
Just wondering how straight this red is to the left centre, because if he can't hold for the blue, his initial positional shot could be a rather tricky one.
Six.
Just going to have a look at both tables in action here. Table 2, you can see with the advantage that Sam Craigie has in frame 3, he's done more than enough to guarantee victory, 3 frames to 0. This is an ideal start for him. Break of 69. Chance of a century. We'll let you know if he completes that task. Matthew Stevens with a couple of tricky shots to have to play from a positional point of view. Now he's just cannoned the black to the top cushion. That will not help him. But the fact that the pink is available into the right centre and the left corner certainly will be a help. But he needs a good positional shot here. This could easily go wrong. Cushion first. He's going to cannon the blue, is he?
11.
Oh, very nicely. Sam Craigie couldn't quite make the century break over on table 2, but he's won the match 3-0, which
14.
Is a perfect start. Sam Craigie over on table 2 will look to continue that perfect start because he will be remaining table side to shortly take on China's Yao Peng Cheng.
15.
Now Matthew Stevens is having to work hard for these points. He's up and down the table, hasn't quite yet found that one killer positional shot. Of course, he'd like the blue back on its spot. Isn't on it here. He'd like to maybe get on the pink at some stage also.
Not the cleanest pot, and Matthew,
18.
Not the best rest player because he's so capable playing left-handed. He chooses that option more often than not, so that's another string to his bow that he has. He's exercising here. Avoided the cannon on the red and has judged that very well.
Now we can start to string a few more points together here. Needs to be mindful with his cue ball control though. The black being out of commission isn't ideal. The pink being on its spot is. Just needs to make sure he keeps getting the correct angle on his reds to make getting on that pink simple. So it only pops into 2 pockets at
25.
the moment. Right middle, left corner.
$26.
I like that shot choice from Matthew. He's managed to punch that cue ball through to the top cushion, so in all honesty, I think his intention was to play for the black next. But he's tried to come out for the pink, and that does surprise me. Because these cushions, Stephen, they're not too difficult either when you try and roll a ball down them.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Dom. I think the black was probably the shot, particularly because the red just above it is available. Didn't have to do too much with the cue ball. Well, that's a fantastic recovery pot from Matthew Stevens. There was pressure on that. And he wasn't ideally
39.
placed on it.
Well, this time it has to use the rest, but surely he'll play for the black now. No, I am really surprised by that.
Well, he's run out of position this time. He may still pot this pink, but he's going to have to go around the table to get back on the reds.
40.
The only thing I can think of as to why Matthew refused to play on the black there was because he was building a lead, and, you know, should he break down, the chance becomes more difficult for Wuiza. But he's going to have to pull out a couple of good pots here to get back in prime position. As he caught the yellow, just managed to avoid it, but he's not ideal.
46.
He got into that cue ball way too much, wanted to come right side of the yellow.
I wouldn't want to be opening these 3 reds up. Let's see where they finish. All in the open. Wuiza will be very pleased.
Matthew Stevens, 46.
Did get a very good cue ball there, though. Very close to that baulk cushion. It's quite congested down this right side. Doesn't look to be any obvious return back to baulk down that right side of the table. Had to play the thicker contact to the red purely to find the correct line off it, and it hasn't worked out. He's not got it safe, and he's left the red. Well, Matthew Stevens now is one good pot away from making this a great frame-winning chance, and with it, to get a point on the board. But not to be.
Yeah, I think that Matthew may not be as confident in himself as he ordinarily would be, and I think that's probably the reason he didn't play for the black on a couple of occasions, just trying to coax himself over the line, which he may well do. He still has a very useful advantage, but the reds are nicely spread now, so one mistake such as that could be costly.
And you just can't leave this boy with hand on table from distance. He is so consistent, knocking in them long ones. Plays them with such confidence and such control. And there'll only be one person more gutted to see Matthew Stevens miss that red than Matthew himself, and that's Tom Ford. He would love to see this match end in a draw, but it's Wuiza with the chance now for the steal.
5.
I don't think Wuiza will be too concerned about attempting the black, but he's got to find the right time to do that, because at the moment there are reds to the left and right of the black spot blocking the pocket for the black, so it's pointless potting the black just yet.
Well, if he takes 5 reds, 5 pinks, it'll be enough anyway. He won't need the black on the colour clearance. If he can keep good control of this cue ball and just play on this pink, the chance is there. Oh, that's another beautiful strike. How well has he struck that?
90.
I think with that red that's near the left-hand side cushion, if he could somehow get the black onto the spot, he could just drop it in then, he'd be on the black.
Wuiza, 90.
Well, that's a surprise. And he didn't really land on his pink, did he?
Wuiza, 90.
Just a couple of shots later, the black is more awkwardly positioned, there's a red next to it. But at least Wuiza can bring the awkward red into play here, the one that's near the left side cushion. But does he cannon a red near the corner pocket? Well, he's made a mess of that. But at least it's safe. What a kiss that was. Cue ball tight to the baulk cushion, and if Wuiza doesn't contact this red, he could easily leave a free ball. Oh, played it really well. Very unlucky that the cue ball cannoned the blue. It would have been close to the baulk cushion had it not done so. And Matthew, I think, can get through to pot this red. A little bit of pressure on it, though.
Well, especially the way he played it. He tried to play a delicate little drag shot to hold for the pink and didn't really convince me over that one. Well, it was a half-hearted attempt at the pot. The cue ball was always going up to baulk. Now, Matthew, is he looking at taking this red on? I don't think he can avoid the reds by the top cushion. So if he goes for it, he may have to get it. No, he's not attempting it, just looking for the thin edge.
Foul and a miss. Wuiza, 4.
Well, this cutback is on for Wuiza, but I don't know if he'll risk it because the same eventuality, cue ball cannoning into other balls, could evidence itself here. That's what's happened, but he put his trust in his ability to pot a good ball, and that's exactly what's happened. But, well, he needs a better one here. This black is very tough.
Oh, how do you fancy these? In the jaws of the corner pocket. I think it's too tough. I think now is the time to take your medicine and try and play a good telling safety. But he finds it hard to refuse shots, doesn't he, Wuiza? You'll always look to play the aggressive shot. But I think that black is just a step too far.
Green ball. Wuiza, 1.
Well, I know he'd like to remove this red from the cushion rail, but where's it going to finish if he plays off it? Made a complete mess of that. He didn't have to play that red. He could have played a much better safety than one of the other reds. And if he's got away with this, and at first glance I think he has, he's been very fortunate.
Well, that could be big trouble now. That red will clip if he doesn't find the cue ball over this right side of the table. That's now just created a few problems for both.
Well, Wuiza can only see one red. He may as well take it on. It's a straightish long red to this right corner, but he can screw the cue ball back easily towards bulk. I think his mind will be made up. He's no other choice, really. How often does that happen? If a player is trapped into playing a pot such as that, they so often knock them in because there are no other options. But what a great pot it was.
Yellow ball.
So just 21 points behind with a chance to do something about it here. This looks good as well. Beautifully played.
3.
He's okay on this black. He'll look to try and get close to the red, possibly top the cue ball twice across. Just allowed him to get closer to it. He's played it well. Ooh, could have done with being a little bit closer to the cushion there. That would have given him a better angle.
Yeah, what can he play here? The chances are he can leave a very tough black with a natural angle to go up for the yellow. But I think I know some players that would drop the red in and leave the cue ball tight in behind the pink. How would you fancy escaping from a snooker such as that?
12.
I mean, I'm an old curmudgeon. I'd consider it, you know.
Yeah, I can't imagine Wuiza will. Although he certainly is looking at it. The fact that he stood behind the black there, he's definitely clocked it. The black's a tough shot anyway, and if he misses it, he's guaranteed to lose the frame. If he tickles up to the pink, the blue is guaranteed to be a snookering ball, with the black as well, potentially. And the pink. That's a tough snooker. Nice to see him there, have a little bit of discipline and choose the correct shot. You know, the black, if he pots it, it becomes the correct shot, but how many times out of 10 does he knock it in? Maybe 5, 6 out of 10? The pink was a guarantee. But that is a good solid contact to the yellow from Matthew Stevens, and that's all you're looking for when you're in a position like that. Just a good contact to get distance. How can Wuiza get in behind that pink again? The double kiss may be close. Or is he attempting the pot? Oh, he's just lost the cue ball.
2.
Presumably a little bit of unwanted side on the white there. It seemed to react quite heavily.
I have no idea what Matthew was suggesting there, but I think he'll be pleased with that outcome. It's a super pot on the yellow. Needs a bit of luck here. The escape isn't difficult, but getting it safe could be. Can you see some of the green?
Far.
Well, perhaps not.
Wuiza 2.
And surely that'll go back.
Stevens 4.
Wow, that's incredible. How has he hit the brown there? He had a straightforward escape, and Matthew Stevens will look to turn the screw here.
Yeah, Matthew's right behind that. He must have thought that Wuiza could easily see a little bit of the green, so he's laid the snooker.
Got a similar shot here. He could just play thin off the green and try and get the brown and blue as a snookering ball.
I just wondered what Matthew was playing there, but he's played a decent shot in the end. Oh, but likewise, what a shot this is from Wuiza. Superb judgment of pace. Matthew just needs green and brown, but is this green potable? The angle isn't good. He could easily leave himself a chance of the brown, but this green is very missable. Oh, well played. Played it confidently, and this brown is frame ball for a 2-all draw, which I think, all things considered, he'd be happy with. So would Tom Ford be happy with it too. And in it goes. He's 19 points ahead now, so with this simple blue to follow, I think Matthew will be more pleased with this 2-all draw than Wuiza, even though Matthew did win frame 1 to take a 1-0 lead. Oh, he's missed the blue.
Oh, and what a mistake to make, because if Wuiza can pop this blue now, that pink surely is a guaranteed snooker if he gets the cue ball anywhere past to the halfway line. Oh, and that's a brilliant pot again, and Matthew must have just known that he was going to knock that in. And what a chance he's got to lay a good snooker here. You've only got yourself to blame, Matthew. Oh, it's incredible, isn't it, this game? Just how quickly things can turn around.
Oh, yeah. The blue that Matthew missed, he knew
We played too much.
what could happen. With a mistake, he missed it. But what a great pot that was from Wuiza on the blue, from tight on the top cushion to knock it in and give himself the opportunity to lay that snooker. But in all honesty, if Matthew doesn't make contact with the pink, there's no way he should leave the pot on. But it's not an easy snooker to escape from. There's a lot of room around the back of that pink, isn't there?
It's quite a nice shot to have, I suppose. The two cushions, you can sort of judge the line better. But as you say, should he miss it, no way Wuiza should have a pot on. It's good. Good shot. But he's got another chance here, Wuiza, to get this cue ball in behind that black. Get that pink to the baulk cushion. It's a good line once again. It's a very good line. Just a bit pacey.
Oh, it's a great shot. It really was a great shot. Just that came off that side cushion with just a fraction too much pace. Matthew would love to see this pink go right over a pocket somewhere. Didn't play the worst shot by any means, but there is another opportunity to lay the snooker in behind the black here. It's in a good spot, that black being on its spot. It's a nice target to get in behind. Oh, this is too pacey though. So a chance here maybe for Matthew to put that pink right over a pocket somewhere. Here's another chance. The cue ball will have to go close to the right-hand centre pocket, but if he avoids that, the line is there. Oh, this might be good. It needs to keep going. Oh, what a line. This time just short of pace. Oh, nicely cued in by Matthew Stevens. A very entertaining end to that match, I have to say. It's ended in a 2-2 draw, which I think Matthew Stevens will be more happy with than his opponent, Wuiza. Now, Wuiza will be taking on his compatriot very shortly, Lou Wenwei. So we'll look forward to that. And that match will begin for you in approximately 5 minutes from now. So please stay with us for that.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. The king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
you lose, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions, you need to come take it from me. You want to follow me in there next? Yeah, I know you're ready, all we've been doing for you. Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
Fans all around the world. There's so much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
It's the last day of Stage 2 of the BetVictor Championship League. It all ends tomorrow. These are the results so far. Tom Ford not only winning 3-0 against Lou Wenwei, but I'm sure delighted to see the next match drawn. Wuiza and Matthew Stevens shortly will be watching Wu against Lou Wenwei. Table 2 have had 2 3-0s, which are quite rare actually in this format. Ben Mertens very impressive against Yao Peng Cheng. Similarly, Sam Craigie against Amir Sarkosh, and Yao Peng Cheng has won the first frame there against Sam Craigie in the third match. So Wuiza and Lou Wenwei to complete this first session. Lou Wenwei was very out of form in the first match against Tom Ford. Remember, everyone's won a group, so he was impressive in the group he won. It was Jackson Page who was the top seed. He was the runner-up to Ali Carter last year as the ice cream van goes past. But his highest break was only 8. In fact, he scored 25 points. 10 of them were fouls, so it was really very one-sided. Tom Ford very impressive. Wuiza battling away in that last match for the draw. Dominic Dale has resisted the temptation to go and get a 99.
I know, I was going to ask you if I wanted a single cone or a double cone, Dave. I do like my ice cream, I have to say. But yeah, it's an interesting lineup, this. Lou Wenwei, just 21 years old. It's his first season. Lost both his matches in the 2 qualifiers in Wuhan and the British Open. But contested well against Jamie Jones in the British Open. Just lost 5-4 in that one. Sorry, Dave, that was in the Wuhan Open, of course.
Yeah, sorry, Dom. Yeah, he was poor against Ford. I do wonder, though, when the match began, Tom Ford, you know, he's having this shoulder issue and looked in pain, and he must have looked at him and thought, well, he's struggling. Then Tom made 82 and 132, so he wasn't struggling. Frame 3 was a bit closer, but he just struggled. But anyway, he's had an hour or so just to collect his thoughts. There's still time yet to get himself going in this group.
One.
That's more like it. A nice kiss.
Yes, good confident red this. And he has an angle on the black to cannon the red away from the black spot as well, but he'll need to play it with a fair bit of pace. Just guaranteed the cannon and being able to free the black spot up, but I would have liked to have played at a bit more pace so that the 4 reds above the black spot may have been developed too.
9.
Well, this is exactly what he was looking for against Ford and didn't really get, which was an early chance just to get his hand on the table, put a few together.
17.
Having lost 3-0, it seems unlikely he'll win the group, but it's not impossible. And also, of course, you get different prize money for different placings within the group, separated by 1,000 per place.
22. 23.
Very deliberate cue action, which I do rather like. Now, he has an angle again on this black to go into those reds just above it, but I see a lot of players underhit these. You've really got to charge that cue ball through those reds because you can end up on nothing if you don't play it with enough pace. Yeah, played it nicely. Hold on, hold on. Oh, that's unfortunate. Now, the previous positional shot that he played into the reds, he played with just a little bit too much backspin, and as you can see, he's low on this red. So he couldn't avoid cannoning into another ball here, and that's just unfortunate. But it can always happen, Dave.
Yeah, it's a sickener, actually, because, you know, the frame was kind of at his mercy. He had enough reds in open play, but he might be punished. I was just up in the players' room watching the previous match, and Wuiza's dad, he lives every shot, you know, and but he's very sporting. You know, Matthew played some good stuff, and he was sort of tapping the table and applauding. Just clearly just a great snooker lover. Wuiza, very exciting young talent. Of course, 2 finals last season. 20 in the world rankings, so just outside the 16. A lot of people maybe think he'll push on this season. It's not just as easy as that, of course, but we'll see. He's a very dangerous potter. We saw that in the last match, some of the balls he was knocking in from distance. And it's got something about him, hasn't he? He's got presence. Got a bit of personality around the table as well.
Oh, here we go again.
21.
Familiar tune. I used to sing that as a youngster.
22.
Sure, it's not something that Wuiza is familiar with, but I think the ice cream van has departed now, so I'll have to wait my turn another day. Wuiza was a prodigious talent early on. Just as a teenager, he actually won the IBSF Under-21 Championship. I think he was just 14 years old at the time.
30.
Well, it's an important visit. I guess he would have been, you know, hoping to win, of course, the first match, so needs something out of this one, but also wants to really rub it in the fact that Lou Wenwei was a bit unlucky going in off.
37.
He's certainly a heavy scorer. 44 centuries last season of the 81 he's made in his career. So in one season, I mean, that's right up there with the very best. Obviously, Judd Trump is in another stratosphere from everybody, but 44, that's plenty in a season.
Very cleverly judged cannon there. Left him in A1 position. Needs an angle on the black now, though now to cannon probably the left-hand red of the two together below the pink.
45.
That's ideal, so needs to judge the amount of backspin required here to perfection to affect the cannon correctly. Oh, that's not what he intended, but he'll take it.
Yeah, and now a big favourite. Just checking the scores, 26 in front, couple of reds required.
Free.
Well, what about ice creams? He's been ice cool here, hasn't he? Stepped in, and Lou Wenwei was unlucky. There's no two ways about it. And he'd done so much of the work developing balls that Wuiza looked like he had a good chance, and he's turned it into a frame winning one if he pots the next couple of balls.
60.
Can't afford another draw here, because if he drew this match and Tom Ford won at 5 o'clock against Matthew Stevens, Tom Ford will be the group winner. Wuiza obviously needs it to go to the last match with Tom later, which is the last match of the group.
Oh, it's just that well, because he couldn't risk playing that with any reverse side because the cube would have been travelling towards the red, so had to play that pretty much plain ball, and therefore play it with more pace so that the cue ball came off that side cushion with enough pace to drop in right behind the red.
Saw him looking at the scoreboard there. He knows if he plays on the pink, he can make a century. White has run on and run on.
73.
He'll take the treble. And the century's still on. Earlier on today, Tom Ford made the 100th in this year's Championship League. It's been such a high standard right across the board from players in different positions in the rankings. Some players not even on the ranking list because they're not on tour. Bodes well for tomorrow when, of course, this tournament comes to its conclusion. So Lou Wenwei, unfortunate, he was in, he went in off the middle, and Wuiza stepped in and just has this great presence, I think, around the table. Great talent to go with it. And he clears up with 100. Perfect start to the match from Wuiza.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So 100 exactly from Wuiza. Clearance, 82nd career century, and well, he looks super confident making it. But remember, he drew his first match. He needs a win here to just keep pace with Tom Ford, the top seed in this group. And then it is starting to look like it'll come down to their match later. Things have turned a little on the other table, where, of course, Sam Craigie beat Amir Sarkosh 3-0. Meantime, the break-off. So many break-off shots seem to have gone wrong in this tournament. That's it in the end, not ended up too bad. But yeah, Craigie won 3-0, but he's about to go 2-0 down, it would seem, to Yao Peng Cheng, who himself lost 3-0 to Ben Mertens.
One.
Well, clearly not a good shot choice, because had the red not gone in, the cue ball, as you saw, cannon straight into the black there. But it was a great pot. He's got nothing to go at. In fact, he's actually snookered on all 6 colours. He can't actually see the black. Mind you, wouldn't be able to get at the cue ball anyway. And that looks moderately safe. Wuiza could drop that red into the left centre, and he may not leave anything by taking it on, and he would be on the black, but he's decided against it. Both these players just 21 years of age, but great disparity in the experience of the two players. Wuiza has been to 2 ranking event finals. Okay, lost them both, but he's a very experienced player. And could easily have beaten Mark Williams in the World Championships at the Crucible Theatre. Had chances to win that match, but Mark Williams, the player that he is, found a way to win, and of course ended up losing to Wuiza's compatriot Zhao Xintong in a thrilling final.
One.
That's a sound that a player loves to hear, the object ball crunching into the back of the pocket plate as it did there, but that cue ball's just run on, making this yellow a little tricky. That's about as good as he could have done from there, but he's still left with a tricky next red.
Yeah, it's not straightforward. Without wishing to jinx him, he has the air of a man who... he looks like he always believes he's going to pop the ball. You know, he's got a lot of confidence, which is such a big thing in this sport, in any sport, of course. Played it really confidently. I mean, the final of the English Open against Neil Robertson, it looked like it was an early night, you know, wheel out the exhibition, because 7-1 down, 8-2 down, and the fight he showed there, and the snooker he played to get back into it, he had Neil, I don't think Neil would admit it, but it had him a little bit rattled, I think, because he was just knocking everything in. It was an unbelievable performance. In the end, you know, the great champion he is, Neil Robertson, found a way to win 9-7, but pressed so many people. I think that's why people were surprised, actually, that he didn't produce a strong performance in the Scottish Open final, where he would have been favourite to beat Lei Pei Fan. Just didn't, for some reason, manage to find his best form and lost 9-5. But listen, that won't be his last final, far from it. Who's to say tomorrow night he might be in one?
20.
Just a couple of inches lower on the black than intended, but still has the same angle to go into the pack of reds and hold for the loose one into the same pocket as the black. Ah, he didn't get into the cue ball at all there. I think he played to cannon one of the reds into the pack to hold the cue ball in position. Now he can still drop this red in very slowly and play for the black in the left corner, but he could also equally as easily play for the blue or bolt colours. Ah, he's undercut it. Amazing how he can be in such good position one moment and be completely out of position the next.
One.
Well, he obviously decided to go into the pack of reds there, but if he was going to play the black with that much pace, I might have gone up for the loose red near the left centre, but it appears to have worked out. It did.
9.
But when your opponent is playing some excellent snooker, you've got to match it. So Lou Wenwei could do with scoring heavily here, maybe even winning the frame at this visit if he can, because he may not get a secondary opportunity.
Well, his compatriot, Yao Peng Cheng, he's pressing on here against Sam Craig. It is 2-0, is in first in frame 3. So, you know, he lost 3-0, but that group always looked wide open. And so it's proving, certainly if he won that 3-0, obviously Ben Mertens then has a big chance at 5 o'clock against Amir Sarkosh to really take a grip on the group. Yao, he's a new professional, but a little older than some of the other Chinese players. He's 28.
Oh, he'd be disappointed with that positional shot. He's on the red okay, but he's not going to be entirely sure where this cue ball's going to finish here.
25.
Well, here's a big shot coming up. We saw in the last frame, okay, he was unfortunate, but being off was his last shot. Wuiza cleared up with a century. Oh, not another in off. He's okay. Nice pot.
Now I'm potting the red next to the blue. Does the cue ball run into the blue?
31.
There's nothing you can do about it, being so close to the side cushion. Oh, he was okay. And now he's back in
32.
A1 position.
We noted in his initial group that, of course, he won
37.
just his sort of general air of calm, and
38.
that disposition, I guess, helps when, you know, you've lost 3-0. He didn't play well, but he wasn't sulking between matches, just waiting patiently to try and put things right in this one.
Oh, there's another mistake. He's short of pace now, so can't run through for pink or black from this red. And if he does decide to screw off the two reds and the pink with any pace, he could easily find himself going close to the corner pocket with the cue ball. Can he brush off the two reds and the pink? Oh, it's not perfect, but it's not bad. Just a little bit betwixt and between here for both pink and black.
Well, the pink wriggles its way in. He's kept this going.
50.
Just needs to do so now for a few more shots to win his first frame of the day.
51. $57. 58.
So the pink puts him 38 in front with 35 available. Just checking that. If he can pot the red, then surely stops any possible comeback, as it is its one snooker required by Wuiza. Yeah, good break in the end. You know, he struggled up to this point, but an excellent contribution. And I think also someone will be very happy as Tom Ford. He'd be delighted if this is a draw. Gives him a massive chance at 5 o'clock. Oh, dear me. Miscued there, but
Lou Wenwei. 65.
65 it is to lead by 39 with 27 on. It's one of those. I think if this was a best of 9, he might not play on, but you know, it's such a short match. Every frame really does count. He has got a snooker. Ooh, and this looks wide. So there's one of them.
Wuiza. 4.
Always looked to be wide, that. Now, easy to get a good cue ball here. Can you control the yellow? Oh, this does look good. The yellow doesn't cannon the brown, and it didn't. That's another good snooker, and with the cue ball tight against this top cushion, the swerve shot is much more difficult to play. He mustn't leave a free ball here. Could escape, but he could be in a very difficult snooker very shortly. Chance for Wuiza to get right in behind the colour. Oh, he's decided to pot the yellow. Nothing wrong with that because he can run in tight behind the brown. But could do with that green finishing close to a colour to try to get a free ball.
Wuiza. 2.
Yes, I mean, it seems unlikely to be a free ball, but he's still got to hit this green, otherwise it'll be down to 1 snooker. Remember the Scottish Open semi-final deciding frame a couple of years ago, Gary Wilson and Zhou Yulong. Wilson needed 3 on the colours, got them, went on to win the title. It won't happen every day, but it will happen now and again. Well, that ends that. Wuiza nods his head. What a terrific pot. And a good frame. He made a break of 65. Within it, Lou Wenwei levels up at 1 each.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, it's been an entertaining match. It's 1 each. Wuiza and Lou Wenwei. If you're just joining us, Lou was beaten 3-0 by Tom Ford. Wu drew 2 each with Matthew Stevens. So certainly Wuiza, the second seed, can't afford another draw, you wouldn't think. Can win a group with 5 points, but of course you're depending on other results to go your way. So big couple of frames here in this group. Tom Ford, as I say, will be quite happy to see another draw. If it is 2 each and Ford beats Matthew Stevens at 5 o'clock, then Tom Ford is the winner of the group. He just doesn't miss those, it seems. He just doesn't miss them. Incredible long potter.
Yeah, he has this very flat cue action. It's not what I would call a natural cue action, such as Matthew Stevens is, which is sort of has this sort of roll, this up and down motion. Very flat, straight cue action. We're just going to have a look at table 2 as well, picture in picture. And we can see there that Yao Peng Cheng is closing in on victory over Sam Craigie. Bit of case of after the Lord Mayor show, because Sam Craigie played very well in winning his previous match. Well, the same scoreline, but he's about to suffer a 3-0 defeat here, it seems.
18.
Yeah, and a big chance for Ben Mertens at 5 o'clock. If he beats Amir Sarkosh, he'll be on 6 points and it'll kind of be in his hands later against Craigie. So I'm sure he's more than happy to see this result as well. But it could end up a very tight group, of course, all the same. But it's a good win, isn't it? And Craigie would have been confident, I'm sure, going into that one.
24.
So 3-3-0s. And they're quite rare score lines, actually. Never mind 3 in a row. Plenty of time to sample the Mattioli Arena food.
Chance to cannon the red away from the black here. He's worried though, because the pace that he'll need to play it at, he'll be worried that the red will come back off the cushion and block the black perhaps. Oh, it's cannoned it.
13.
Cannoned it to safety. He's on nothing. Not even on the blue.
Wuiza. 13.
I'm sure Wuiza's mind is now focused, because he would have watched, I'm sure, much of the first match. He saw Lou Wenwei really struggle, but he didn't struggle in the last frame. So that cue ball just about makes it out of the immediate danger zone. Table a lot more open now, though, and Lou Wenwei lining up this long red.
Just a lovely strike of the ball. Again, another clean pot right into the heart of the pocket. Just a little unlucky perhaps that the cue ball's gone into bulk. I don't know if you can see enough of the green. Oh yes, you can. No problem. Just needs a decent positional shot though from it. Oh, he's missed the pot on the green. Would you believe it? Perhaps just a little bit too much of an eye on the positional aspects of the shot, and what a mistake he's made there.
This is where snooker is such a strange game, because it was much easier than the red that he knocked in, but of course for that reason he gave the red 100% focus. Green, as you say, maybe just thinking about the sort of plan the next few shots and didn't pot it. Could be costly. Yeah, I think at the Crucible, you know, when the draw came out, because Mark Williams had been struggling with his eyesight, it was a match a lot of people thought could go Wu's way, but Just shows you these legends, they just find something at our greatest venue.
8.
And then Mark, of course, in the quarterfinals had that amazing match with John Higgins, one for the ages, that he won on the last black. In fact, Dom, he's the only player now to have won 2 black ball deciders at the Crucible. Beat Terry Griffiths on his debut, and now John Higgins.
Oh, that's an amazing stat. I had no idea. I'm rather surprised by it, really. Wuiza cannoning the brown there.
15.
The cue ball, that's a big mistake again. I think players have largely struggled to control the cue ball when they've had to play extravagant positional shots. And that was a little bit a rush of blood, I feel. There wasn't too much icy calm exercise there in the decision to take that red on the way he played it. And it's turned out to be a mistake. This red is very potable. And maybe the pink is on into the opposite corner. He's been very unfortunate there. Severely hampered. Awkward cueing. The blue shouldn't be a tricky pot, but he's got to be careful of the in-off if he pots it on the thin side. Oh dear. Oh, he avoided it, but... wow, look at the safety shot that he's faced with now.
6. Foul and miss. Lou Wenwei 6. Wuiza 4.
It's become a bit ill-disciplined, this frame. But they all count the same, whether you make a century or scrap around. It's going to have some bearing on the group table. What about that belt buckle, Dominic? That's quite distinctive. We see you as our sort of fashion expert.
Good heavens, Dave, that can't be the case, surely. I don't pay too much attention to my fashions, although I do have a penchant for 60s attire. Yeah, it's a rather expensive looking belt buckle, that I have to say. Surely it's not gold. Not real gold.
Well, in terms of the frame, you know, you look at the colours, and apart from the yellow, they're all where they sort of shouldn't be, so... just reflective of the sort of stop-start nature of it, but whoever wins it, of course, has the chance to get to 3 points.
Oh, wager those 2 balls near the pink spot to set for a plant. Wuiza attempting them, it must be a certainty. And in it goes.
1.
Now, I don't think the pink is on, but the blue may be. I think Wuiza will have to forget about the pink and black being out of commission and just focus on the blue with the lead that he has. He should be able to get over the line.
13.
Doesn't prevaricate, does he? He's very much an instinctive player. Just looking to close this out now. Give himself a chance to get to 4 points by the end of the session. Worth saying, of course, Matthew Stevens by no means out of this yet. He obviously he's only played one match. If he were to win his remaining 2, he could still get to 7 points. He plays Tom Ford. That's a big match at 5 o'clock before playing Lou Wenwei immediately afterwards.
25.
So blue and its snookers required.
Is he on this red? Has he run too far? Oh, he's
30.
Just about okay, I think.
Yes, and surely potting
31.
it confirms him as the winner of this frame. 56 in front, 43 on. Albeit not landed on a colour, but in control of the frame.
Black ball.
Well, it's not too appetising, this, but Lou Wenwei is coming back to the table.
It's good to see the endeavour of the players here in these groups, because they realise every frame is of such importance, and normally they would concede in a situation like this, but they're carrying on just in case there's a chance they could get a free ball and the frame could just turn on its head.
Well, he was playing for snookers against Tom Ford in their last frame, and it's got to be said, didn't get too close at first. He needed a lot of attempts to get close to a snooker. Wuiza seems to be having a bit more success here. Must be it now, surely. I mean, if you'd have predicted what was going to happen there, I don't think you'd say the blue would go in the middle, but that is what's happened, and Wuiza leads 2-1 with one more frame to play.
champion. Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
We've got one more frame to bring you in this session on table 1. Of course, there are 2 tables here, and this is how the group stands on the other side. And look at that. 3 players, all on 3 points. Ben Mertens beat Yao Peng Cheng 3-0. Sam Craigie beat Amir Sarkosh 3-0, but then Yao beat Craigie 3-0. So that's how it stands. Of course, Mertens and Sarkosh will play each other at 5 o'clock. Let's just say, for argument's sake, Amir Sarkosh beat Ben Mertens 3-0. They'd all be level, and then it'd be about breaks. Of course, 2 matches to come after that, but it's a close old group. Ben Mertens, I guess, has got to be the happiest, though, because he's only played 1 match. So he has got a game in hand, and if he can beat Sarkosh at 5 o'clock, he becomes the favourite there to win the group. But we'll see. We'll follow that later on. We've got one more frame, of course, on table 1. Wuiza leading Lou Wenwei 2-1.
Wuiza to break.
And a big frame here because Wuiza, of course, drew his first match. You feel he needs to win this, really, to be in the shake-up later. Otherwise, it's going to be relying on other scores. Of course, he does play Tom Ford last up. But if this finishes in a draw, then it opens the door for Ford, if he beats Matthew Stevens, to win the group before that match. So it is a big frame, this.
Well, he didn't have an easy return to bulk there, but could easily have played the cue ball in behind the black spot. To take that pot on with very little positional value could not have been the right shot choice for me. Now Wuiza will have to check to see if the black is on its spot, because if it's just a fraction off, the red that he may play for next may not be on. Is it on?
Nine. $16. $17.
Well, that worked out well for Wuiza, but he still has a slightly tricky black to negotiate. cleanly potted. And what a chance he has here for a big break.
24.
3 reds, 3 blacks. We saw, of course, Fan Zhengyi make a maximum. But the frame is more important here because he needs to win this, really, to stay in the hunt, to win the group. So that has got to be foremost in his mind.
$25.
Also, if it is a maximum attempt, then pink to black's going to be interesting at the end of the frame.
32.
Well, he'll be thinking about it now. His reds are in wonderful positions and he's right in. He's already got rid of a couple of the awkward reds that could have caused a problem if he were to attempt a maximum.
40. 41.
I mean, his career is still in its infancy, yet to make one on tour. 144, his highest break on the World Snooker Tour. Sat out a couple of 146s, didn't he, from Neil Robertson at the Crucible a couple of years back.
48.
Still on the black.
49.
Oh, what's he done? Oh, if the red is onto the left centre, he may be able to screw off the red below it to play for the black. In fact, he may be able to screw directly for the black. Stop. Oh, it's gone too far. He can't cut the black in now. He's disappointed, as you can see, and rightly so. Frame isn't even safe yet.
And that's the key thing, isn't it? The frame isn't won yet.
He has a choice here. He can put a colour safe, but I'd be rolling in behind the black because if you should get a snooker here, it could easily be the frame winner. And let's not forget, after drawing with Matthew Stevens, victory here is essential. I think he's just left this red on, and honestly, it's not a difficult pot.
One.
Not clean, but in. And reward for the discipline he showed, just playing the roll to the black. Surely now it's his frame, it's his match. Lou Wenwei clearly can't win the group. He will have lost his first 2. It's a 3-way fight then, assuming Wuiza pots this black for the victory. Tom Ford, Wu here, and Matthew Stevens isn't out of it yet either. Going to be a fascinating final session.
16.
Such a big frame this. If he'd had lost it, then Tom Ford was a big favourite. With victory over Matthew Stevens, he would have won the group. But as it is, it's going to come down one way or another now to the last match between Ford and Wu.
$22. $23.
Well, he definitely has something about him, this young man, and we saw that last season. I'm sure we'll see plenty more of it this season.
31.
And maybe here tomorrow at the Mattioli Arena, if he does make the final day of the BetVictor Championship League. who's to say he won't come away with his maiden ranking title?
36.
Champion of Champions here in Leicester in November. He would be a great addition to it. Bit of a crowd favourite already.
36.
So he didn't make a maximum, but he has got maximum points from this match. He's beaten Lou Wenwei 3-1. Wuiza, for now, at the halfway stage of the day, will be top of the table. But it sets up a fascinating concluding session tonight. There is the table, 4 points. Of course, he's played a match more than Ford and Stevens. Matthew Stevens, just 1 point, but as I say, he's not out of it. If he could beat Tom Ford and win his last match, he could well be the group winner. We'll see later on at 5 o'clock. And table 2 as well is set up nicely because we've got 3 players on 3 points. Ben Merton, Sam Craigie and Yao Peng Cheng, Amir Sarkosh yet to get up the mark. We know, of course, it can all change, and it will all change later. These are the matches we'll be watching from 5 o'clock. Tom Ford and Matthew Stevens. A lot of experience there. That's the first one on table 1. And table 2 kicks off with Ben Mertens and Amir Sarkosh. So just time for a spot of lunch. And we'll be back at 5 o'clock for more from the BetVictor Championship League. We look forward to seeing you then.
very sharp, very focused. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
Welcome once again from Leicester here at the Mattioli Arena. We're poised for a big session of snooker at the BetVictor Championship League. We will, by the end of the night, have the final 2 men through to the final day of the tournament tomorrow. On table 2, this is how the group table stands. It's very tight. Ben Mertens only played 1 match. He leads it at the moment with 3 points. Sam Craigie and Yao Peng Cheng have each won and lost a match. Amir Sarkosh yet to get off the mark, but clearly a very tight group there. Mertens and Sarkosh are just starting out. You can watch it live on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. And here on table 1, Wuiza drew his first match, won his second, so he's on 4 points. Tom Ford has won 3-0 in his only match so far, so he's still in very good shape. Matthew Stevens, though, if he were to win his last 2 matches, could still win the group. Lou Wenwei, clearly, having lost his first 2 matches, he's not going to beat the group winner. These are the matches then we're going to bring you. Tom Ford and Matthew Stevens, a lot of experience there. Stevens to play Lou Wenwei, and then the last match, which one way or another will decide it, Tom Ford, Wuiza, and as I say, Mertens and Sarkosh starting off there. Mertens, Craigie, the last match on table 2. Once again, Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Worth saying, if Amir Sarkosh were to beat Ben Mertens 3-0, they'd all be dead level. And it'd come down at that stage to breaks. But anyway, we'll follow that with interest. Tom Ford has had problems with his shoulder. But when he was in close against Lou Wenwei, he scored really well. He had breaks of, well, he had a century and an 82 as well. Matthew Stevens drew 2-2 with Wuiza. Of course, he's got 2 matches to play this evening and can therefore still win this group, but he would have to, I guess, win this one first. And by the end of the night, Stephen, we will have our 8 players left.
Yeah, that's right. It's been a long old road, hasn't it, to get here, but we're creeping ever closer to realising the first ranking event champion of the season. It's going to be a great day tomorrow, no doubt. As you mentioned earlier, there's a few players that have won ranking titles in there already, a few players that have yet to get their maiden title under their belt, so yeah, it's going to be certainly one to follow with interest, and I can't wait.
Last chance to be a part of it then. Tom Ford, the top seed in this group, and started so well despite his issues. And you can see already here it's affecting him. Despite that, you know, he did play well, although it has to be said, Lou Wenwei struggled badly. Didn't really put him under much pressure. Matthew Stevens may be a sort of different beast. Matthew down at 52 in the world rankings, but of course he's a former UK champion, former Masters champion twice. World Championship runner-up, he was in the top 4 in the world. He's just sort of become mired in the, if you like, the qualifying setup, which maybe doesn't inspire as much as the big arenas. He said after he won his group that he really would love another deep run in a big tournament to get that excitement back and that feeling back of being involved, competing for a title.
Well, it's a pole safety shot from Tom Ford. Always looked like that red was going to go close to the right corner, and it has done. He's left it. Just wonder if the cue ball's going close to the pack of reds. Can he find the path through them, or is he going to avoid it? Oh, well, he fully committed. He fancied going into them, and in fact, black was over the pocket. Saw it as a chance to get more into play, but goodness me, that was a wild one.
Yeah, and he's given an immediate chance to Tom Ford, who's one of the heaviest scorers there is. Over 300 career centuries, 5 maximums. He's already had a ton today.
1.
Of course, it was in this venue, the Mattioli Arena in Leicester, where he won the shootout just before Christmas. Very different atmosphere, must be said.
8. 9.
Plays that shot very well, Tom Ford. Wasn't ideal on it. Really crunches them into the middle and back perfect on the black.
16.
I think what we saw in the first match, he was clearly in pain early on, but once the match was sort of getting going, he seemed more able just to focus on playing. So it may be similar here. You know, first few shots causing him pain, he may just be able to play through it.
17.
It's been quite a while, hasn't it, since he won that match? About 4 hours, actually.
Well, you can't wish for a better chance in
24.
the opening frame of a match, and the fact that he has had that big break, this was the sort of opportunity he was hoping to get.
25.
Did play nicely in his opening game, as you say, scored very heavy. Looking to do the same here. Can't really see why he shouldn't. The Reds are absolutely perfect for him.
Well, no option really but to stay on the black, blue, safe, pink, not potable. So this is the 5th black coming up. But likely to play for a bulk colour here, so we can forget about 147s.
Free. 44.
This first frame was massive for Tom.
47.
The fact that he got that 3-0 win earlier, it could really put the pressure on Wuiza. Well, it will mean that he has to beat him in the final game. So a chance for Tom to really pile the pressure on everyone.
48. 55. 56.
Well, Matthew Stevens, as I say, when he left the table, would have feared this against any player, really, but certainly Tom Ford, a very heavy scorer.
63.
Yeah, he was a mile away, wasn't he, from the red to right corner. He missed it by that far. He hit the side cushion.
64.
It was, well, one that got away, shall we say. This has been a good visit from Tom. Oh, but he's missed the pink, and there's still 67 remaining.
Tom Ford.
Well, he played a bit of a quick one there for me. He was clearly playing for the black and got down to the pink very, very quickly.
Amazing frame ball. Just sort of seemed to get ahead of himself there for some reason. So obviously the blue's safe, but this is a chance Matthew Stevens wasn't expecting. Playing up for pink.
1.
Don't think anyone was expecting it. Ford really should be 1-0 up here.
Well, this would be a massive, massive steal if Matthew Stevens can convert this chance. It's not straightforward. But he's got more chance of it now that red's disappeared. Limited to the points he's got to play with also. And that's not a good shot. I have to try and chip this red in the middle pocket now, and there's not much opening to it. It's quite an acute angle.
Matthew Stevens, 15.
You can see the annoyance in Matthew Stevens not getting further than 15. Now then, can Tom Ford put this away? Yes, he can. So he'll be relieved, and Matthew Stevens, in fact, has conceded the missed pink in the end. Not costly for Ford, who leads 1-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Now the group on table 2, it looked wide open before a ball was struck, and it still does. This is Ben Mertens, Amir Sarkosh. Remember, Mertens has already won 3-0, Sarkosh has lost 3-0, and Sam Craigie has done both. He's won and lost 3-0. The defeat was to Yao Peng Cheng. Now Sarkosh seemed to be in control of this frame, but he's in a snooker. It's already somehow gone round the red once. Well, he's hit it, but where's it going to finish? Because there's nothing safe here. Well, it's come away from the pocket.
Might actually have to go for this. Maybe cushion first. That's what he's played. Oh, it's a fantastic shot. Oh. And it was about all he could do there, but he struck it to absolute perfection. He's landed perfect on the black as well. What a shot that was from Ben.
Yeah, terrific young talent from Belgium. It's one of those clearances although it's only frame 1, it's going to make a big difference.
10.
And we'll let you know if he makes it. But here on table 2, Tom Ford, of course, 1-0 up already on Matthew Stevens, who, when that red went in, there was no way back, so conceded. The winner of this group will join Ricky Walden, Juicer and Joe O'Connor in the final group tomorrow, so that'll be, well, a terrific group, whoever comes through.
Not much of a prize, is it, for winning today? Another tough group tomorrow.
Here's Mertens. Let's just see if he can take this out. He needs the pink as well.
22.
Well, meanwhile, what a strike that was from Matthew Stevens after missing the red in the first frame by so far. He's absolutely nailed that.
But Ben Mertens has not nailed the pink. Well, we'll see what happens now in the frame, but that could come back to haunt him. Big style later.
Oh, there was a lot of movement there for Ben. As he came through and struck that, his whole body went with it. Now that is just nerves.
The other group tomorrow, we've got Steve Maguire, Pang Jung-soo, Matt Selt, and of course whoever comes through the Mertens group. Just a reminder, it's the same format, 2 groups tomorrow, 4, and then the winner of each will play a best of 5 final in the evening. Total of 33,000 ranking points and pounds. That's what's been accumulated. It's 20,000 to the winner, but he'll have won another 13 along the way also.
Yeah, it's a big old prize, isn't it, tomorrow? And all the spin-offs that will come from it. And of course, you'll have only played 3 groups, which is 3 days of snooker, so you know it's not to be sniffed at.
Well, the worm has turned next door, to say the least. Sarkosh snookered Mertens, and now he needs a pretty straightforward pink himself, the Iranian, to win the first frame. So what a big moment, potentially, in the whole group there. He's potted the pink, so Amir Sarkosh leads 1-0. Yeah, it is a long tournament, 21 days, but as you say, you've only got to play 3. I think even some players in the event haven't quite grasped that. You know, it's 3 days' work.
Yeah, they haven't, because I hear it all the time that, you know, players complaining about how long this event is, but you've been here 3 days. What difference does it make? Just because there's a big gap between the days that you actually play. You know, if you win it, it's pretty much 10 grand a day, isn't it? Fantastic opportunity. Well, he's spent a while looking at this horrible position that he's in. Tom Ford, he's very restricted to what he can actually do here. There's certainly no path back to balk. Is he taking this red on? Again, it might be one of them situations where he's backed into a corner. I'm not sure. The 2 cushion route might be available to just rest on the 2 reds by this left corner. Needs to get close to the middle pocket. Couldn't really do anything else there, just try and contain the situation, and he'll probably be back somewhere similar to where he just played that previous shot from.
There's a lot of tablecraft on show here. Two very experienced players. Matthew Stevens, 47 years of age. Tom Ford, 41. Been pros a long time, but even before then, they learnt snooker in the junior ranks. Matthew Stevens in the Welsh juniors. A lot of old school players there advising the boys, and Tom Ford in Leicester, of course, under the tutelage of Malcolm Thorne, Willie's brother. So they've got just a great heritage in the sport. Yeah, trying to catch it thinner than that. Yeah, Matthew actually for a long time was very close to Terry Griffiths, as all the Welsh players were. Sadly passed away last year. Well, he got Ford in trouble. The question is now, can he take some sort of advantage? And he can still win this group. Got another match after this against Lou Wenwei, who's struggled today.
Yeah, he's got a tricky little start to this, and we see Matthew with the long extension on the back of the cue. He's about the only person I can think of that plays this type of shot. Will always opt for it rather than using the rest. Look at the amount of cue overhanging the hand there. Lose a lot of control by doing so, but he doesn't seem to mind it. Now, quick look at this business end. Pink doesn't look to be available. Where those reds are, the black is what he's eyeing up here. Can he play on it at some stage? It looks tight. I mean, the reds are pretty inviting, but the colour's not so.
As I said earlier, he has struggled a little in the sort of qualifying environment you're naturally going to find yourself in if you're in the middle rankings. It becomes a sort of catch-22 because you're only going to get out of it if you start winning matches in that environment, get through to the venues and start going deep again. He only made 7 centuries last season, which for a player of his sort of record doesn't seem that many. Just won last 16 in a ranking event. That was at the Welsh Open, his home event. One of those players, though, I think if you just put him, say, into the Masters, you can't do that because you need to be in the top 16. But if you did, he'd probably play well there. But it's just getting out of the sort of the qualifying quagmire.
Yeah, you're right, 100%. A lot of these players, and there's a few in the sort of same category as Matthew Stevens, that they're big-time players, aren't they? They're venue players. Stephen Maguire would be another one I could think of that, you know, probably struggles in a qualifying atmosphere, but put him out in the main arena, and that's where they thrive.
Yeah, absolutely right.
27.
But such is the nature of the beast that you've got to go through it, unfortunately. And as you say, if you're in those mid ranks, you're going to have to play qualifiers, and you know that's just how it is. Makes qualifying for the main events all the more sweeter, though.
34.
Well, he seemed pretty intent, Matthew Stevens, to get that black in open play as quickly as possible, and he's done exactly that. He's worked this little contribution so far quite nicely.
Well, we worked on the Judgment Day coverage, and he lost that nail-biter to Wuiza because he played earlier on today, the 10-9. Wuiza was very impressive right at the death, just to deny Matthew another trip to the Crucible.
$42. $43.
I'll just come up a little low on this black. Gonna have to really dig into the cue ball here. Oh, he's just about got away with it. He's pushed that red onto the middle pocket.
50.
Any further lower on that black and it would have been a lot more difficult.
$51. $58.
Well, he's getting closer to winning the frame as emphatically as Tom Ford did the first, because Ford did miss frame ball. This is frame ball for Matthew Stevens. He's not faltered. So, battle joined. First frame, Ford has lost all day.
67. $74. 75.
Still a very popular player with snooker fans,
81.
who I'm sure would love to see another success for him. Of course, he's still only got the one ranking title, albeit was the UK Championship. Misses the black, so
Matthew Stevens, 82.
no century, but a quick fire 82 from the Welshman to level up at one each.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, it's not taken long, about 25 minutes to share the first two frames. Tom Ford dominated the first, Matthew Stevens the second, so we've got two more guaranteed here on table one. Remember, Tom Ford won his first match, Matthew Stevens drew his first match. Wuiza has a draw and a win to his name, and he plays Ford in the last match. Stevens, of course, plays Lou Wenwei before then. So still three players at the moment who could win this group. kissed another red there, but somehow the white has made it back to bulk. He did raise his hand.
One.
Good pot from Tom, but it was a slack safety shot from Matthew Stevens. Got down very quick to it. Didn't execute it well at all. The cue ball was, well, nearly out of balk and wasn't able to control the object ball. Left it over the corner pocket, so Tom immediately in with the chance.
9.
This is where he's very, very dangerous, Tom Ford. In and around the black spot.
$16. 17.
Yeah, and as I say, now the match has started, the issue with the shoulder doesn't seem quite so pronounced. I think it's just sort of getting going in the match. We saw it this morning that was causing him pain. Let's hope he has the strength to lift the trophy up tomorrow night if he wins it.
24. 25.
Played it well. Took the chance there to go into them.
32.
Wasn't guaranteed, but the way he played it, it would have been very unlucky had he have not landed on a red.
33.
Screwing into that pack looked always the right way about it. Already he's racing to a decent lead here and plenty of reds in open play. Sure what he's on. I don't think he's gone far enough. No, you see nothing pots there, and well, he's had such a big area to play in there, Tom. He could have overscrewed that by 6 foot and still been on a red.
40.
Still 1-0 to Amir Sarkosh next door. He's a long way in front in the next, hasn't won the frame yet, but it's not impossible. If he won 3-0 there, then obviously everyone would have won 3-0 so far, and indeed lost 3-0. So the last 2 matches will be massive. Tom Ford just taking a moment here, but looks like he's just accepted that the break's over.
Tom Ford. 40.
Remember, if everything ends up tied, then the high breaks come into play. Unlikely in the group we're watching here, but on the other table, it's entirely possible. Ben Mertens had 111 in his first match against Yao Peng Cheng, so that's in his favour.
was a very confident red to middle pocket from Tom Ford. Might just use the pack of reds as a little stopper here for the cue ball. Yeah, he's played it nicely. He's on this red right of the screen. Can thin cut that back in, should be no problems. Where's the cue ball? Oh, dear me, that is a shocker. I mean, it will always look like it would go close just playing it that way, but you should go nowhere near it really. That middle pocket never moves. He knew as soon as they'd struck it, it was in.
Foul.
Well, this is a big shot. If he can knock this in, could be away here in a frame he's twice looked likely to lose. No, not to be. One of those, it was all or nothing really. Well, now having to look at the blue to continue. Not comfortable on it.
Telford. 1.
Well, he's got the white to the cushion. Could have pushed a colour safe, I guess, with the lead he's got. Well, third real chance now for Tom Ford in this frame. 43 to the good already. Enough reds to go at to make it 2-1. And that would be a blow to Matthew Stevens because, of course, he drew his first match, so the best he could do is another draw. So if he won his last match, he'd be on 5 points. May squeak it, but unlikely, you would think. He would need a draw between Tom Ford and Wuiza. And it's all, we're at that time of the day where we're sort of coming up with different scenarios, but that's what happens in this event, and the players have to try and not sort of get sucked into that, really. Just try and win, like any other tournament, and then you'll be going through to the next round.
16.
Little check of the scores tells him that this black is for 2-1. And indeed Matthew is saying don't worry about the rest of it as he sprints from the arena. Tom Ford then is a frame away from collecting the 3 points. He leads 2-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Amir Sarkosh looks like he's about to go 2-0 up. Ben Mertens missed the yellow here. He was a long way behind, got back into the frame, but of course he missed the pink, didn't he, for the first frame off its spot. And maybe hasn't recovered from that. So, as I say, if Sarkosh wins the next frame, then we will have a situation where all 4 players will have won 3-0 and lost 3-0, which is completely unprecedented. I mean, this is day, what, 20? That's certainly not happened
9
this year anyway. Still 2 matches to come. But if they're drawn, then it does go on high breaks. Ben Mertens, 111 at the moment, has that in his locker.
14.
But it looked a wide open group at the start of the day, and there's no narrative to it really at all. There's no pattern, other than if you win a match 3-0, you're probably going to lose the next one 3-0, and vice versa. 2-0 it is. Here on table 1, 2-1 to Tom Ford over Matthew Stevens. Obviously the best Stevens can do is a point. If Ford wins the frame though, he moves up to 6, and that means it's a straight fight between him and Wuiza. Wuiza would have to beat him because he's on 4 points. That'll be the last match after Matthew Stevens, Lou Wenwei. So for Stevens to have any chance at all, he needs to win this frame. Well, he's on this red.
Well, yeah, that is ridiculous. He's exactly right. How has he found the gap there? I mean, that is incredible, isn't it? There was only enough room for that cue ball to go through.
Shaking his head with regret as he pots it. So Matthew Stevens out of his hands early on here in frame 4 as to whether he'll even come back to the table. Well, he will, straight away.
Comfort. 1.
Sort of went for the jugular there, didn't he, trying to open reds up, but missed the black.
Yeah, he had to use the loose red to open the pack, which is not how you would usually see that shot played. But one thing you can't do is miss the black.
1.
Yeah, well, still he's opened the reds up, so for Matthew Stevens, this is now
6.
a golden scoring opportunity, you've got to say.
Nice pot on the black.
14.
Just had to guide that one in. And now he's in
15.
prime position. He seems to have upped the pace a little bit for me, Matthew Stevens, and in one ways that could be good, but in others he doesn't want to play anything careless or slack here, just needs
22.
to mind his business. He's got the balls where he wants them.
23.
Doesn't want to throw in another quick one.
One.
Well, if he can level up 2-2 and then beat Lou Wenwei, of course it might depend on what he beats him by, but he'd be on 5 points. So realistically then, I guess he needs a draw in the last match,
36.
which would leave Ford and Wuiza on 5 points. The problem is Tom Ford's had a 1-3-2. So at some point, Matthew Stevens would have to beat that were he to top the group. First things first, win this frame, worry about that later. I guess it's this. I mean, there's a chance for a big break here.
Yeah, which is why he wants to try and just increase that level of intensity here and try and make this chance
44.
count. He's absolutely racing around the table, Matthew Stevens. This game, I suppose, in some ways
45.
gone very similar to the match he played against Wuiza earlier. Won the first frame, sorry, and then lost the next two. Found himself 2-1 down and had to respond to get the draw.
$52.
I don't know if Matthew has done all the permutations. You can forgive him for not, because there's a lot of them, but it actually could be quite important to clear here. $59, so there's 75 left, so it's a possible 1-3-4. Tom Ford's made a 1-3-2.
Yeah, I just get the impression that he's going to get to the winning line
59.
and then really speed up and possibly miss a sitter. Not quite convinced me that he really wants to clear this table, and there you go, playing up for the blue now. He's sort of limited
60.
to the points he can get. It's obviously not on his mind.
No, I mean, we're sat here looking at, you know, at all the scores and working it out. It's not so easy when you're playing. You're just trying to win the frame that you're playing. He still needs a red here to do that.
65.
So that should be 2-2.
66.
but he's not going to beat the 1-3-2 or equal it now. So Tom Ford still has that in his back pocket. But of course, his match with Wuiza now, it looked like he might only have to draw it. But
69.
It may be that he has to win it. Of course, Stevens plays a match before that. It's up in the air a little, this group, which is how we like it. Of course, Ford did win 3-0 against Lou Wenwei. Wuiza beat him 3-1, so that frame difference is in Ford's favour.
$77. 78. 85. 86. 93.
Break ends at 93. The match ends in a 2-2 draw. So Tom Ford moves up to 4 points. Matthew Stevens up to 2. Wuiza is also on 4 points. Ford will play Wuiza last. That's going to decide it one way or another. But in 5 minutes' time before that, it's Matthew Stevens against Lou Wenwei.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Lose, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it. I mean, you want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing is competing. Can you speak English, but please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really getting to the spirit.
Nine-ball fans all around the world. There's so much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play nine-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
So we are creeping ever closer to realising the final two players to book their place into finals group, which of course is tomorrow. It's been a long old stint here at the BetVictor Championship League, but we're creeping ever closer, as I say. And this is the group leaderboard on table 1. Tom Ford currently at the top. Wuiza also tied on 4 points, but Matthew Stevens sits in third place currently. There's still a chance that he can top this group. Now, for that to happen, he would need to win this game 3-0. He would need to the result of the final game between Tom Ford and Wuiza to finish 2 each, and he would need to make a break of 1-3-3 in this game. So it seems like a pretty tall task for Matthew Stevens, but it's not impossible. Unfortunately for Lou Wenwei, today is all but finished for him. He's just playing for prize money, unfortunately. 2 matches played, 2 matches lost, which means he will not be progressing to finals group. This, of course, the penultimate match, and the result of this one will heavily depend on what the result needs to be for either player in the final game. Tom Ford taking on Wuiza in the last. And I think, Dom, the disappointing thing for Matthew Stevens today is, okay, he's unbeaten, he's not lost either of his matches, he's drawn them both, but he's not given himself the chance to win either of those matches because he's found himself 2-1 down in both.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Steve. And he hasn't played badly, Matthew. You need a lot of things to go your way, don't you, in these short sprints? You know, you can miss a pot and get away with it. On another occasion, you can miss a pot, leave everything on for your opponents, and they capitalise. And it's not like a best of 9 where you got a chance to win the match and make amends. Such a difference between winning a match and drawing 2-2 here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's massive, and those draws, they really don't do much for you in the grand scheme of things come the end of the day. It's about getting those wins and those 3-pointers. And now I just wonder as well, the fact that Matthew Stevens is playing the back-to-back matches here, hasn't had much time in between sessions. I wonder if he knows the permutations of which he can win this group. Does he know he needs to make a 1-3-3 or more?
Yeah, it's a good point, Stephen. I very much doubt it. He was having a bit of a chat after the match with Tom Ford. But I don't think Tom Ford knows exactly what's what, having drawn that match with Matthew 2-2. But he'll be in the players' lounge now. He'll have had a look at things, and what a great red that was from Lou Wenwei. I've been impressed with his cue action. It's very rhythmical and it's very deliberate as well. And I like players with a slower cue action because you're less likely to ever jab the ball when you cue slowly like this. You're always likely to go through the ball nicely with a slow cue action.
Just 21 years of age, Lou Wenwei came through the Asian Q school, had a couple of notable wins. Beat former professional Manasawin Fetmalaikal and, of course, Tian Pengfei, who's been an established professional for a number of seasons. And Dave made a good point in commentary earlier that the Asian Q school is a proper event in its own right. You know, it's a big setup. It's played with a crowd. It's on TV as well, so it's, you know, it's a big tournament in its own right. So to come through that is very impressive. But today has been anything but impressive.
Yes, and the standard as well there is very, very tough. Other tours like the Oceanic Tour as well. And none of them are easy, but some are easier than others, you'd probably say. And he's had a bit of a tough schooling early on in the season in the qualifiers. He lost 4-1 to Noppon Sengham in the British Open. Narrowly lost 5-4 to Welshman Jamie Jones in the Wuhan Open, so it hasn't been the best start to the season. But as you say, he's only 21 years old. It's a learning curve for him.
Stevens, 1.
So chance maybe for this long red to right corner, hand on table. Well, he doesn't seem to be tempted by it, which surprises me. And he's not really played much of a telling safety shot either. Well, that was a complete miss-hit from Lou Wenwei. Trying to play the 2-cushion route back to baulk, check the cue ball up a straighter line down this right side. Catching the knuckles of the corner pocket was the last thing he wanted to do.
Well,
Matthew Stevens has just put himself under a little bit of pressure here.
Black ball.
That red over the middle pocket is a guarantee if he knocks this black in. And he has done, no problems at all.
Eight. 9.
Well, it was impressive in the last frame in his previous match with Tom Ford in drawing 2-all.
15.
Made a very decent break there, sizable one. Wasn't quite the century, but will certainly spur him on to a similar feat here, I feel, with the ball set out in the open the way they are.
Now he's got a red available here, Matthew, but he'd like to be on the straighter one. He's had a good look at it. Well, he couldn't get through to it, so let's play around for the pink, and he's cued it to perfection with the left hand. Maybe just landed a bit higher on this pink than he would have liked. Cue ball just seemed to run on, and that's a big deceleration. Really didn't time that one well. Meanwhile, things couldn't be tighter over on table 2. Amir Sarkosh 2-0 to the good, but 38 points each as we join Ben Mertens crunching that red to the corner pocket now. Ben Mertens must be feeling pretty bad about things, pretty bad about this match in particular. He had 2 wonderful chances to win both the frames, missed the pink off of the spot from right behind it in the first, and then a yellow into the green pocket from right behind it in the second. Showed some real nerves, you feel there. It was a lot of movement involved on the strike for those 2 particular shots. Now, chance to maybe steal this frame and get back into it. Still a draw up for grabs. Let's not forget, if that match finishes 3-0 to Amir Sarkosh, every player in that group will have played 2 matches that have won 1 game 3-0 and lost 1 game 3-0, so it could not be closer.
7.
Yeah, worth staying with this for a moment or two, isn't it? He's left himself an awkward green. He was too straight on the yellows, and pressure again on this.
Ben Mertens 7.
Just can't seem to get the job done in these frames. Ben Mertens at the minute played brilliant in his opening match against Yao Peng Cheng. Breaks of 61, 58 and 111. He seemed to have struggled. He's had a couple of hours break in between matches. 2 completely different Ben Mertens we've seen.
4. Lou Wenwei.
Oh, that was a dreadful mistake from Matthew going in off there. And look at the chance that young Lou Wenwei has here.
We'll try and keep you posted on what happens over on table 2, but of course, as always, the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel is where you can go and have a little look over there. Came through a tough group actually in phase 1, did Lou Wenwei. None other than Jackson Page and former ranking event champion Jordan Brown. And also the English amateur champion, Zachary Richardson. So it was a tough group and he came through nicely. It shows that there's a level in there, but he just hasn't quite been able to find it today. But don't get me wrong, it's a tough group to be involved in. Tom Ford, Matthew Stevens, Wuiza. But this is the level you're playing at now.
One of the problems when you're so young, he's only 21, Lou Wenwei, as I say, and
14.
The biggest problem you have when you're that age is consistency. It seems to be that it takes a good few years on the tour to build up consistency and be
15.
Confident that you can put in a performance at a certain level most times that you play. Sometimes when you're young, you can be very, very good one day and bad the next.
Yeah, I think that's a key point to make, and you're absolutely right. There's a lot of players that can play to a very high level,
22.
But there's a lot of players that can also play to a very bad level on their off days, and I think it's about trying to find that level playing ground where maybe your good isn't as exceptional as it can be and your bad isn't as bad as it can be. It's finding that middle ground where you're hard to beat. As Amir Sarkosh gets the chance to steal this frame back from Ben Mertens. Tough brown he's got.
30.
Why, he's looking at it. The only way he can play for the blue, I feel, is to either drop the brown in virtually dead weight if he can, or go all around the table and back up for the blue.
Well, he's played that particularly well.
38.
So points are tied once again. Just the blue and pink required.
46.
12.
He's also played that very, very nicely.
47.
Not the route I was thinking of to begin with. I thought he might have gone 2 cushions and played the pink into the green pocket, but he's landed nice on it. Just this pink then for another 3-0. And in it goes. So group over on table 2. It could not be any tighter. There's been 4 matches played. Each player has played 2 games, and there's nothing to separate them all yet. Everyone is tied on 3 points.
54.
Interestingly though, Ben Mertens does currently hold the high break over on table 2 with a break of 111 that he made in the first. So could that come into play at some point? It's looking increasingly likely.
Lou Wenwei.
As Lou Wenwei's contribution here is going to be more than enough to steal the opener. And Matthew Stevens looking for the 3-0 win here, cannot get that. So the chance of him topping the group is slowly diminishing. Lou Wenwei leads 1-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So it's 1-0 to Lou Wenwei here on our feature table. He leads Matthew Stevens with a break of 53 in the opener. Now, Matthew Stevens was looking to win this match 3-0, and along the way, he had to make a break of 1-3-3. Now, that would have given him the chance to win this group had the game that's coming after this match finished 2-2. That now, of course, has gone because Lou Wenwei won the opener, so it's still very much to play for. Unfortunately for him, that man there, Lou Wenwei, he cannot get through to the final group tomorrow, so his Championship League campaign for this season is over. But there are still other players involved, of course, and it couldn't be any tighter over on the other table, on table 2. They've played 4 matches. Every player has played 2 games. They've each won 1-3-0 and they've each lost 1-3-0. So they're all level on points, and it's very, very uncommon, Dom. We was just saying off air, for a group to get this far in the day and still all 4 players be involved, it's going to be very tense finish over on table 2.
Absolutely, and I think, because that was the first match of this evening's session, they'll have all been aware of the ramifications of, victory and defeat and draws and what have you. So they'll have all known, actually, if that match had finished 3-0 the way it did to Amir, as we know it has done, it's going to be all tied up, everyone on 3 points and identical frame differences.
So Matthew Stevens arrives back in the arena to break off in this second frame. I suppose Lou Wenwei, having taken the opener, will be looking to try and convert this match into a winning performance to at least give himself some positive thoughts leaving the arena. It's worth noting as well, if he does win this game, Lou Wenwei, he will go ahead of Matthew Stevens in the table, so that's worth an extra £1,000 to him in terms of ranking points and prize money received. So there's still everything to play for out there. An extra £1,000 is a pretty decent consolation prize.
I think no matter what happens here, Matthew will be very pleased with the beginning of the season, the start that he's had, getting through both Wuhan and the British Open. He's had some reasonable draws, I think he'd say himself, but you know, he's still got to win those matches, and he has, and of course he's won his group stage 1. If he can win here and just progress up the group table just a little bit, that will all help as well. Such an experienced player, Matthew Stevens, 47 years old now.
16.
One time and ever present in the world's top 16.
17.
During the heyday years of Stephen Hendry and Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Yeah, I think the term proper player would be what you would use to describe Matthew Stevens. He's been about
20.
For as long as I can remember, and he certainly is a proper snooker player. He knows the game inside out.
21.
He knows every trick in the book. I've noticed though this evening he's really picked up the pace. He's not hanging about.
28. 29.
Just to let you know, the penultimate match over on table 2 is just about to get underway. Amir Sarkosh taking on Yao Peng Cheng. As we say, that group couldn't be any tighter, so the pressure is massively 36. On each and every one of the players over on table 2. Ahead of today, that have all looked at this as an opportunity to progress through to effectively the last 8 of a ranking event. That's what it's going to be tomorrow if you book your place in that group, and it's still up for grabs for all of them.
I think what we need now, Stephen, are 2 draws over on table 2. I think that would mean that every single player is on identical points and frame differences, unless I'm greatly mistaken.
Yeah, 2 draws in the final 2 games would mean it would go down to the high break. Of course, there was a group last year, wasn't there? I think it was phase 1 actually that David Gilbert came through. Incredible scenes in that group. Every single match finished a draw, 50. Which I don't think we've ever seen before, and it came down to the high break. Each of them had made a ton. And if I'm not mistaken, 51. Andrew Padgett finished 4th in the group, having been unbeaten all day with a high break of 110. David Gilbert had to make a 135 or better in the final frame of the day against Zhu Se. He had made a 134, and he did. Incredible.
58.
Oh, Matthew in nicely. Break goes to 58. Looks like he's crept close to that blue. Can he still pot this red?
Well, he's got his extension piece out. I'm interested as well. The 2 reds just below the pink spot. As you can see, they seem to be lined up for this right corner as a plant.
Oh. 59.
Nearly finished awkwardly, but he's okay. I don't think he's hampered by the red.
So a bit of a stretch, this red.
66.
But just needs the red and 1 more colour, which is perfectly 67. On. Now, I wonder if he's seen those 2 reds. Doesn't want to go into these with too much pace. They are close to a plant. Yeah, he's played it perfectly. Okay, he might not have landed, but I think he has.
72.
Nicely controlled.
73.
He's just knocking them in for fun now. Fantastic 78. To see Matthew Stevens in this kind of form when he gets in amongst them, strings a few together. He's a great player to watch.
79. $86. 85. 86.
John Pellew just adding an extra point onto the break of Matthew Stevens, which is 86 now. Matthew Stevens and John Pellew will know each other extremely well. Matthew's a practice in the Terry Griffiths Matchroom Club in Llanelli, and that's where John Pellew hails from.
94.
So there goes the black for the century break. Another one to add to the tally here at the BetVictor Championship League. It's been a
101.
high-scoring event, as we so often see nowadays. The century tallies keep increasing, and Matthew Stevens has made this look effortless. Interestingly as well, he can pip Tom Ford's high break here. 134
107
is still on the table. Just wonder though if losing that frame,
109,
if it will come into play at any stage now. The permutations are getting too much for me, Dom. It's too tough to work out.
Yes, needs to be a bit of an Alan Turing or a Charles Babbage to work some of these tables out the way it's all configured, and how tight some of these groups are beginning to look, especially over on table 2.
Oh, not to be, and he's gutted because I think he wanted it. He wanted the 134, but a 116 is what the break finishes at. His 360th ton in his career. Matthew Stevens level things up here on table 1. It's 1 frame each.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, he looked disappointed there at the end of that frame, Matthew Stevens, not to make the total clearance of 134, but myself and Dominic Dale have just been doing the maths, and we believe that the 134 break would have been irrelevant anyway, because the fact he lost the first frame here, had the next game finished 2 each and Matthew Stevens win this game 3-1, he would have missed out by a frame anyway on the frame difference, so it wouldn't have come down to the high break, whether or not he knew it. Either way, he was gutted not to finish off with a 134. A great break nonetheless.
Now rapidly increasing in confidence, Matthew Stevens. Look where he's left the cue ball there. Purposely played for the blue. That's how confident he was. He had not that long red in. Just unfortunate for Matthew, the black is tied up. That could make a big difference.
6.
He's firing on all cylinders all of a sudden, isn't he? He's absolutely racing around the table. What is it? If he's finished straightish on this red, he can play for the blue and get straight into that pack of reds. John Pellew just asking for a moment here to spot the pink at the back of the pack. As close to its own spot in a direct line without touching the reds.
Foul. Matthew Stevens 13 for Lee
Well,
Wenwei.
I don't think I've ever seen a mistake quite like that made. Now, we had a problem yesterday, actually. Chris Wakelin had a straightish blue to the green pocket, tried to screw back about 3 feet and almost screwed enough into this left-hand black pocket. Humidity can cause that to happen, and I wonder if it was evidenced there.
Didn't intend for the cue ball to go into the reds, and has he just flicked one onto this left corner? Can Matthew pot the red just left of the pink spot? Well, he can't pot that one, but he's got one at the back of the pack.
One.
That's not the best positional shot he's ever played.
I'd be playing the brown here with a trait of right-hand side. You wouldn't really miss the brown. The green is certainly missable. Play for the red in bulk here quite easily from the brown.
Five. Six.
Well, I'm potting the yellow. He'll try and go into the pack of reds. That blue shouldn't be in the way. Oh, there's a red available. Top red of the group there, near the pink spot, will pot. Not easy to get onto colour though.
8. 10.
And even harder from where he's landed now. He could have done with that red staying over the corner pocket. The fact it's gone in means that, well, he'll do very well to keep this break going. But he seems intent to keep it going. Oh, that sounded very heavy to me.
Matthew Stevens 10.
Feels strange saying that now. It's not very often you say or hear a heavy contact. Where's this red going? It's going to be left, and that's not a good safety shot from Matthew Stevens, and he's brought more reds into play. Lou Wenwei can look to get amongst the black spot here.
What?
I'd want to be a lot closer to the black than this. Rolling it in for the red nearest the right corner makes this black a little missable. Oh, well done.
8.
Yeah, I thought he might have potted the red to middle a little thinner to get closer to that black. He's not out of the woods just yet. His cue ball is travelling, and really there was no need for it. Just trying to recover this situation. Might be tough to get close to the reds again here.
$14. Lou Wenwei, 14. One.
Well, it's amazing, isn't it? You lose your cue ball and you end up chasing your white around the table for a few moments, and ultimately you come unstuck, and that's what happened for Lou Wenwei. And that good red to middle from Matthew Stevens, nice on the pink, and he looks to get amongst this frame and really should win it now. Just made it hard work for himself, didn't he there, Lou Wenwei, when he got in it. Right from shot one, it was never plain sailing. You only have to be slightly out on these conditions. It can be very tough to keep playing recovery shots.
$22. 23. $30. 31. $38. 39.
Well, John Pellew having a job here to keep up with Matthew Stevens. This is quick fire stuff. He's barely feathering the ball. Here he's just straight down, knocking them in. This frame is long gone.
42. 44. 47.
Well, a clearance not to be, but that break from Matthew Stevens more than good enough, and with it, it means that Lou Wenwei will finish bottom of this group. It's 2-1 to Matthew Stevens.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So it's 2-1 to Matthew Stevens here on table 1, and that means he's guaranteed to end the day unbeaten. Matthew Stevens, he's drawn both of his matches, Wuiza and Tom Ford. Can he end with a win? Unfortunately for him, though, it's too little too late. There's no chance of him topping this table, and the final match this evening between Tom Ford and Wuiza will inevitably be the group decider. It's been a tough day at the office for Lou Wenwei. Of course, first year on the professional circuit, having got through the Asian Q School. Lost both of his qualifiers here in Leicester, but came through phase 1 quite nicely. Involved in a group with the English amateur champion Zach Richardson, former Welsh Open champion Jordan Brown, and of course the double maximum man Jackson Page from last season's World Championship. So it's been a tough day at the office, as I say, but he'll be back and the experience will do him good, no doubt. Over on table 2, the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, well, the group couldn't be any tighter, and it's still up in the air as to who's going to come through that. They're all level on points going into the final 2 matches, and all still within a chance to qualify. And of course, this is the last chance to qualify for the final day, which will be tomorrow. And after 20 days of action, we'll have realised our final 8 players. Stephen Maguire, Joe O'Connor, Zhu Se, Pang Zhongzhu, Ricky Walden and Matthew Selt, the players already through. 2 more to be decided come the end of play tonight. And what a field we've got, Dom. We've got 3 players there, Stephen Maguire, Ricky Walden and Matthew Selt, that have all had their hands on a ranking event in the past, and 3 players, Joe O'Connor, Zhu Se and Pang Zhongzhu, that are yet to claim their maiden title. It's a real good mix of players.
It is, yeah. I really fancy Steve Maguire's chances. I was texting him the other day. He seems to be very settled with the cue for once in a lifetime, it seems. It seems so long since Steve Maguire seems settled with the cue.
Is that your pick of the group, Stephen Maguire?
With the experience that he has and the belief that he still has in his game, I think a lot of the time that we've seen Stephen struggle over the last decade is just because of cue issues and not being settled and not feeling entirely happy with the cue that he's been using, but he seems to have found one now.
Well, I'm going to stick my neck on the line and have it on record just in case it unfolds tomorrow. I think Joe O'Connor's got a good chance. I really do. He's played brilliantly well this season so far. I think he's been knocking on the door for a while. And I think the most important thing for me, looking at his chances, is the fact that we just referenced it a few moments ago. The fact that his good game is good, but his bad game is also quite hard to beat. He seems to have found that good level ground where he can win matches when he's not playing well. And seems to like this format, and of course it's in his home city, so the stars might have aligned for Joe O'Connor. He's my pick for tomorrow.
Nothing wrong with picking Joe O'Connor, wonderful player. I think everybody that will be taking part tomorrow in the final stage 3, final day of this season's BetVictor Championship League, the ranking version anyway, will feel that they have a chance. They'll be well practiced, they'll be confident because of their performance so far in the events, and it's going to be difficult to pick a winner, isn't it?
Yeah, and of course, the guys that are going to come through this group as Lou Wenwei flukes a red to the left middle pocket, Matthew Stevens out of his seat. Sit back down. Yeah, I think the guys that have come through this group today, the fact that they've had a full day's practice today, I wonder what sort of impact that will have on their performance tomorrow. Will it fatigue them, or will the confidence they take from it inspire them? Well, look at where that cue ball has come to rest. Possibly angled Matthew Stevens, but the green has certainly stopped him from potting that red to left corner. That shot, as good as the fluke he just received to the middle pocket. Wouldn't be at all surprised to see a re-rack here, but probably not now, because goodness me, that is a careless one from Matthew Stevens. He's left the gap.
I think the cue ball may have just drifted a little bit, enough to have left this gap. He came off the side cushion in his match with Tom Ford, didn't he? And left the most improbable red into the right corner. It was astonishing. And it never seems to happen in practice, but it does in matches. You can find the most unlikely of gaps.
Eight. 9.
He's missed the pack of reds. There are 2 reds 16. At the bottom of that little group below the pink that may be set for this left corner, but he hasn't looked at them.
Lou Wenwei, 16.
Well, he did very well to miss the pack because it was a massive target. Got too much arc on the cue ball. And he's been quite fortunate not to leave that red to middle for Matthew Stevens. He didn't intend for that red to travel on that far.
Oh, those 2 reds, Stephen, are still there. I wonder if they are a plant.
Touching ball.
Touching the red just to the left of the cue ball. A bit awkward to that red near bulk. He can't really play a great safety with that red there.
Well, that's anything but a great safety. Didn't want the cannon to the brown, and the mood Matthew Stevens has shown us he's in. He's attempting this red. And he's got it. That was another cheap error that Lou Wenwei has made under no pressure there with the touching ball. Could have put the cue ball anywhere on the table. To catch the brown was not good. This time Matthew goes into the reds and he does get contact to them. But is he on one?
8. Nine.
Just.
I wasn't sure, you know, but it's gone in. Now he's going to go into the reds here. He'll be hoping not to tie the black up. Oh, that's finished nicely. Maybe the black won't pop, though, to the right corner now with that red.
14.
Finishing where it has. But nevertheless, he's still on a red, and he can easily continue the break with another colour.
15. 21. 22.
Well, the blue, he can't get close to the reds. Just wonder if he'll look at the more difficult pink. Well, he's made that look ridiculously easy.
28.
Just thinking, Stephen, he's played these last couple of frames a bit like an exhibition, hasn't he? The speed that he's playing and the shots that he's choosing.
Yeah, it's amazing when you think
29.
within your own mind that there's nothing left to play for, just how easy the game becomes when there's no pressure and you're just playing for the love of playing and just potting balls. Does have a trace of angle on this blue, can just power it down, just widen the angle. Yeah, just brilliant ball striking there from Matthew. Barely any angle to play with, and he's managed to come on and off the top
35.
cushion.
$41. 42.
Well, he doesn't mind leaving himself these tough pinks from distance. He's knocking them in as if they're over the pocket. This is some serious potting from Matthew Stevens.
48. Thank you. 49.
There's just enough spin on the ball there. When it contacted the blue, the cube would just span the blue into a better potting position from a point of view getting on the next red. Just shows, doesn't it, how talented Matthew Stevens still can be. I mean, the talent's always there. It's the ability that can diminish with age, but he's showing us here that he's still very capable.
So just two more reds and high value colours required.
55.
I suppose that's a good way to describe this match and this performance from Matthew Stevens. A bit of an exhibition of snooker.
62. 63.
The shackles have certainly been off for this game. This black then for snooker's required. Unfortunately for Lou Wenwei, it's going to be 3 matches played
70.
today and no points to show for it.
71. 78. 80.
Well, a great contribution nonetheless from Matthew Stevens. It's been a mixed bag of results for him today. He ends the day unbeaten, 2 draws and a win. He ends the day on 5 points and he currently occupies top spot in the table. But unfortunately for him, he cannot top the table. The group decider between Tom Ford and Wuiza is coming your way very shortly.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Champions!
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Lulu, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of the guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it from me. You want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing is Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pools on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
So we're poised for the decisive match here on table 1. Tom Ford and Wuiza. Important thing to note is Ford has got better frame difference, so he can draw that match and will be top of the table. And coming back tomorrow, Wuiza has to win in order to book his place on the final day of this BetVictor Championship League. Remember, after points it goes on frame difference, and Ford's 3-0 win over Lou Wenwei could be really crucial in the shake-up. He needs 2 frames, that's the bottom line, to win this group. The other group, though, is Well, one of the strangest we've seen, really, because we had 4 3-0s. Everyone's won 3-0 and everyone's lost 3-0. So they're all level at the moment. Ben Merton's top because he's had a 111 break. Yao Pengcheng leading Amir Sarkosh 1-0. So if the last 2 matches are drawn, it will be decided on the high breaks. But of course, there's still a chance for winning results in the last 2 matches, which would change things. Ben Mertens has got that break in his back pocket, but he really should have won the first frame against Sarkosh. He missed frame ball pink. He lost another close one later, so we'll see. But he plays the last match with Sam Craigie. At the moment, they're still in frame 2. And well, they need to be prized apart, it would seem. Sarkosh is impressing, though. You know, he lost 3-0 his first match. He's shown a lot of steel since then.
Yeah, I think he'll be a player that not many will be too familiar with. He's not often seen on the tour, Amir, but he's a very capable player, and he's certainly shown that today. But the final match, Sam Craigie and Ben Mertens, that could be a very interesting match. That's going to be a tough match for both of those guys. And, you know, if one of these 2 players here, Amir or Yao, can win this match, it could be that they could win the group in the end.
Yeah, so big moments there. Big moments here as well. I'm sure both Tom Ford and Wuiza know the score, or what the score needs to be anyway. Tom Ford can afford a draw, but the easiest thing is just try and win. Wuiza needs to win the match to win the group. John Pellu is in charge. No rush.
I've no idea what they're talking about there.
Well, coin toss to see who chooses who breaks. So we got there in the end. Tom Ford is going to break in a match that he can afford to draw, so he needs 2 frames.
Tom, we see have a good game. Thank you.
It's usually very time-specific, this match.
There's a door coming out, so we'll see it. If not, we'll start.
Well, we've only been here 20 days, so I suppose, you know, a few more minutes won't make any difference.
Right, we've got enough time. Okay, thank you for that, gentlemen. First frame, Tom Ford to break.
Here we go then. Tom Ford, he's been struggling with a shoulder injury, but he's still the favourite here. If we ever start the match, that is. Wuiza is a very dangerous long potter. Can he get in early and start to make a few waves here? Not to beat.
Not a bad effort. It's been a while since they played, these 2, so they'll both know exactly the position of the group.
Why?
A little less pressure on Tom. He only needs a draw, as Dave has already said, but that can cause problems in itself, because sometimes you go out there and you're looking for a draw instead of going out there to win.
It's almost like he's got to kid himself. It's best of 3, like the winning target is 2. It's a strange environment because, of course, it's the only event really where we get this. In every other tournament, straight knockout. You just get to the allotted target. Anyway, he's in first. don't think he had high expectations because of the issue he's had with his shoulder, but what I've noticed after all of his matches is
3.
Once the match starts, it's still an issue, but it seems to be biggest issue at the start of the match. He's just sort of getting used to
4.
playing a few shots, but he's made some big breaks today. He's made a 1-3-2, some of the breaks as well, so he's played nicely enough. The winner joins Ricky Walden, Joe O'Connor and Wuiza in the group tomorrow. Steve Maguire, Pang Jung-Zhu and Matt Selt will be joined by the winner of the Table 2 group.
Tom may well elect to cannon into the 2 reds above the black here, but didn't want to catch them both together.
$19. Tom Ford, 19.
I think coming into this match, Tom Ford has impressed me most with his play today. His scoring, his tactical play, which is always good. But because this match is of great importance, it's the last match of the group to determine who takes their place in tomorrow's Stage 3 finals, it'll all come down to who handles the pressure the best, and I just wonder if that may on this occasion be Wuiza. Dangerous to play such an attacking safety. You never quite know where all the reds are going to go, and had it not been for that yellow, Wuiza would have had an opportunity at that red near the left corner. Now it's a problem for him. He's got to hide it somehow. Is he shaping up to take this long red on? Does he feel that he hasn't an alternative? Big shot to play. Do you know, Dave, I think that's pretty safe. There's a chance of a plant into the left corner, but goodness me, they're very offset. Amazing. Look where the cue balls finish and look where the reds are. There's nothing that's an easy pot for Tom Ford.
Yes, he's given one of those sort of sarcastic laughs. He looked like he would be right in amongst them with a golden frame winning chance. He's still shaking his head here.
He has a potable red to the right centre, but it's very missable. When you're under pressure, anything with a big angle can be missed. He did take it on. He could get onto the black into the right corner, but with the reds positioned as they are, it's such a risk to take. And if Tom Ford can take this first frame, he'll feel very good about potential for the 2-all draw, which is all he needs to top the group.
One. Eight.
Yeah, this is sort of shot where that shoulder has been giving him a bit of jip. Having to slightly stretch.
Nine.
It's a big concern. I mean, regardless of how he gets on, he could win this tournament, but it's a long season. And he's going to surely have to look at physio or some sort of treatment, because he's going to struggle to play month after month in pain, clearly.
16.
This is a short event in terms of the matches. You get periods between matches, but that's certainly not the case in every event.
Yeah, I mean, Sam Craigie in the other group has had to have a disc replaced in his neck very recently because of shoulder pain, basically. And it could just be that Tom Ford has a similar issue. Basically,
24.
a snooker injury that is common among players.
Yeah, I mean, we have a player, don't we, in tomorrow, Ricky Walden, who's had similar issues. Anthony Hamilton, lots of them actually. A lifetime sort of spent in that position, dressing the cue ball. But when he's been in close today, he's usually done the business.
Well, a couple of shots ago, he played a red into this same left corner, and he may have just aggravated
his
shoulder even more. Seems to be worse now than it was 5 minutes ago.
Thank you. That's okay.
Oh dear, he's completely overhit
25.
that. He's not on the black clearly, and he may not even be on the green. Must be very tight. Can he see enough of it?
ball. Tom Ford, 25.
Right, just unravelled that break, and it was to do with the pain he's got in that shoulder. Now Wuiza must start putting something together here. There's a couple of reds safe he can deal with later. Still 1-0 to Yao Peng Cheng on table 2. 1 point in it on the yellow they are against Amir Sharkos. That's heading for a nail-biting conclusion, that group.
Eight. 9.
He could bring a red into play here on the side cushion, but probably, yeah, not advisable really because of the deficits. He wants to get right back into this frame, which he can do pretty much with the loose reds that are available to him.
12.
3 reds and high value colours here, and there wouldn't be much in it.
13. 20. 21.
He'll be beginning to think of ways to bring some of these awkward reds into play now. Again, mindful of the fact he wants to get back into the frame before taking any positional risks.
$28. 29. 36.
That's a very nicely controlled positional shot. You can stun down for the black again here. Try and get the cubal in behind that red that's just away from the cushion rail. You can play that then into the left centre. That's probably what he's thinking about.
$37.
I tried a cannon there to bring the red further into play. Probably expecting that he'd be on blue or pink as a certainty. The problem is now he has a problem trying to get onto his next red unless he leaves a double.
$42. Wuiza 42.
Well, a close frame in a close group. Wuiza, of course, needing the win. So if he loses this frame, he is under it. A long second frame on table 2 has just finished. Yao Peng Cheng leads Amir Sarkosh 2-0. So he's a rookie, but he's actually 28. You know, he's come onto the tour relatively older age than certainly a lot of his compatriots. And, well, he's starting to look potentially the favourite there to be here tomorrow for the winners group. So now this is starting to look like it's about this last red. Well, got to put that one first. He's covered it at least.
Sure, Wuiza can see the red closest to the black to play a safety from it. I'm surprised he wants to play a safety off this red, because it's not straightforward. He's played a very basic safety in the end, but it's not a good one. Tom can actually cut this red into the left-hand corner pockets here if he wants to take the risk. Well, you can see it. Got a choice of both reds, but if this is dead straight, he just needs to hold the cue ball. He'd be on the black. Big shot this. Oh, he's missed it. It's normally so good at those. The green's gone in. Bottom line is, though, it's safe. The 4 points shouldn't worry Wuiza too much.
One.
That's a very good pot from Tom Ford. He knew the cue will be coming down this end of the table and would be relatively safe. He's landed on the blue okay. But it's all going to be about that yellow. That's rather awkward. Particularly for Tom Ford being right-handed. 12 points is his advantage, so still potentially a lot of life left yet in this first frame.
Seven. Eleven. Okay. 13.
19 points is Tom's lead, and he's green and brown. Oh, green's wriggled in.
16.
Just needs the brown to take the first frame. Yeah, well played. This has been an excellent little clearance from Tom Ford. The first red was a very thin cutback, and he's worked very hard to make this winning clearance.
25.
Yes, he's had to be patient, and he has been. He knows it's a big match. It's a big chance to come back tomorrow in the final day of the Championship League. He needs one more frame to do exactly that. He leads 1-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Tom Ford needs 2 frames from this match. He's won the first of them, so Wuiza needs to win the last 3 if he is to win the group and come back tomorrow. Hard to believe we're almost at the end of this epic journey through the Championship League. It'll be a big day, an exciting day tomorrow. And of course it'll end with a final between the 2 last group winners, best of 5 knockout final, to see who is our champion. Will it be a new ranking event winner? Will it be one of the players who's already won one? We've got Ricky Walden, Steve Maguire and Matt Selt have already won ranking events. Joe O'Connor and Pang Jung have both been runners-up in ranking events, and Wuiza has been in a couple of semi-finals, so a lot of experience there already. Of course, there's 2 more places to be found. Tom Ford is a ranking event winner. If he comes through on the other table, it could be a real outsider with a chance of the four, Sam Craigie's got the most experience. He's been a semi-finalist at the German Masters. Still 2-0 there to Yao Peng Cheng. Now then. You can see this red to middle, that's a mistake.
One.
Cue ball's run across the table far enough for his intended next red into the right corner there. He may still have the chance of a double.
Eight.
Well, it's an excellent pot, and the red has bounced, and he's on to left middle.
15.
So definite scoring chance here for the Leicester man. Well, didn't intend the cannon on the yellow.
16.
How close can he get back to the reds off it? Red that pots to right corner. If he can get reasonably close to it. He's close, 18. But he's going to need the rest, yes. And I guess an extension here. Well, I think he's on this pink to middle. There's no suggestion from his body language that he's not.
Five. $26. 33.
Seems there's a red in the middle of the cluster that will pot later to left corner.
34.
But he may also look to disturb a few. Tom Ford, over 300 centuries, 5 Maxims to his name. He's considered to be, quite rightly, amongst the top break builders in the game. Well, he's certainly on the red to right corner anyway. But he's been looking at the one to left corner. It's about getting out for a colour, of course.
Yes.
Well, he's had a good look, but it's going to be the one on the right-hand side to right corner.
Thank you.
Looks like Amir Sarkosh has pulled one back against Yao Peng Cheng, so 2-1. Remember, if that match is a draw,
40.
and the match between Mertens and Craig is a draw, then the 4 players are all level on everything. And it would come down to the high break, which at the moment favours Ben Mertens with 111, but that is coming right down to the wire. Meanwhile, Tom Ford is completely lost position here.
47.
Just wants to keep these reds tight. He doesn't want to bring any into play. This is a great start from Tom Ford. He's found a plant. Oh,
48.
He is on the brown to the centre pocket, but unless there's an obvious red to play for, it's not worth the risk.
Yeah, he played on the plant. I wasn't sure he could actually get to it, but he did. And, well, it's quite an adventurous break, this. This is the latest big shot in it. We saw him come round to look at the red in the middle of the cluster to left corner, which is what he's played on.
52.
Well, still playing through the pain barrier, but still going nonetheless. Be some story now, wouldn't it, if he won the tournament, bearing in mind his struggles.
His mindset must be completely different from the norm of this shoulder injury. I just hope he's not exacerbating it by playing so many frames and playing through this pain.
60.
So, the black to put him 68 in front, 67 on pink. He would need another red. And he'll be our group winner. And, well, we can speak to him afterwards and ask him, you know, if he maybe even considered not playing if he was in pain, but he has played. And if he pots this red, he'll be coming back tomorrow for more. Every credit, he's kept this break going well. There were a couple of moments where it looked like it might have ended.
$74. 75. $82. 83. 90. 91.
Well, initially Wuiza left red to right middle. But did he really think he'll be sat out for the rest of the frame? Well, that's what's happened.
97. 98.
He's still struggling, yeah, but the fact is if he bots it, it's a century. Doesn't like the black now, taking the pink. Yeah, I mean, I hope he's okay for tomorrow because obviously he's not got long to sort of rest up.
104. 106.
Be in a group with Ricky Walden, Joe O'Connor and Wuiza replace in the overall final.
109.
Remember Steve Maguire, Pang Jung-Zhu, Matt Selt, and the other waiting for the winner of the Table 2 group.
113.
So we're going to have 4 of the 8 players who've won ranking events before, and another 2 have been in finals.
118.
I'm sure there's times where Tom's felt great and just not been able to produce anything. He's not feeling great today, but he's playing well, really well. Made a total clearance of 131, a gutsy break from Tom Ford, and whatever else happens in this match, he's the winner of this group.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
We've had a very interesting and quite unique group on Table 2. The first 4 matches all 3-0. Everyone won 3-0 and everyone lost 3-0. And this match between Yao Peng Cheng and Amir Sarkosh is 2-1 to Yao. It was 2-0. If it finishes in a draw, and the last match between Ben Mertens and Sam Craigie finishes in a draw, then it goes on who's made the highest break, which at the moment is Ben Mertens. But of course, those two, Mertens and Craigie, will know the position, and they will know as a chance if either of them wins the match. If this is a draw, that is, then they'll win the group. So we'll see. Yao in here, early stages. Complete sort of new face to most people, I'm sure, new on tour. Be some story if he won the tournament, wouldn't it? That really would be. Just an extraordinary story.
Yeah, and as you said, Dave, earlier, he's 28 years old, and you can see it in his play. He seems to know the game of snooker a little more than some of his younger compatriots.
Yeah, it could hold him in good stead at such a sensitive, tense moment in the group. Anyway, that continues, but as it is here, Tom Ford, of course, has done his work. He needed a draw. He's got the 2 frames. So I suspect he doesn't want a long evening now, really. He won't mind, actually, if Wuiza wins the frames easily, because he needs to rest up clearly ahead of tomorrow.
Yeah, and I just wonder, bearing in mind that Tom Ford is in play and he's obviously feeling a degree of adrenaline, when that subsides and he wakes up tomorrow, how painful will his shoulder be then?
Well, this is the thing, at least between stages 1 and 2 you get a few days, you might get a couple of weeks depending on when you play. That's not the case for him now. It's tomorrow, he has to come back, so well, we'll find out, I guess, in the morning. Of course, we're at a basketball stadium, the Leicester Riders is the team here, but I don't think there's anyone training at the moment. Not seen anybody, so because there would normally be physios and people who could help. I'm not sure there are at the moment. Oh, well, he's not going to win the group, but it's always a delight to watch him knocking those sort of balls in, and he does so with great regularity.
Certainly worth another look.
What?
Absolutely. As clean as you like. What a pot. I'm afraid it's just a little too late for Wuiza. As Dave has already said, Tom Ford has won the group. Wuiza really, he had to win this match, so he needed to win that first frame to make that a potential reality. Couldn't manage it though. Tom Ford, it has to be said, he needed to win 2 frames. He's played very well in these first 2 frames, particularly in the first frame. That was an excellent clearance that he crafted to take that first frame. And I think he's been the better player all day, really. Scored the better. He's a great tactician, Tom Ford, as well. He's not an easy player to beat at any time.
$15, $16, $23, $24.
Good stun up into the pink here to hold for the red to the right of the black. Oh, didn't need to play it with that much pace. He had to cannon that pink full ball at that pace for him to be on this red. As you can see, that cue ball's just squirmed away to the side cushion. Does he have a pot to go for? I think there is one that will just pot into this right corner, but from where the cue ball is, anything's going to be missable from there.
$32.
Well, it's middle of the pocket, so he's still in business. There's a lot of excitement around him, I think, since he sort of broke through properly last season, getting to those 2 ranking finals in the Home Nations Series, the English Open and the Scottish Open. The way he came back against Neil Robertson, you know, the match seemed done at 8-2 and it would be easy to let his head drop, but he just absolutely went on a blitz of breaks to at least make it close. He lost 9-7. So can he really press on this season, I guess, and win a tournament is the question. It won't be this one, but plenty more to play for. He'll be at the Shanghai Masters 39. Coming up soon.
44. 45.
It's a much easier game, isn't it, when the pressure's off you? Saw that a little bit in the previous match with Matthew Stevens, who started to play some exhibition snooker when he realised his chances of winning the group had diminished.
$60. 61.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there is prize money differential for finishing
68.
second or third. And at the moment, Matthew Stevens
69.
drawn to 1-1, so he's on 5 points. Wuiza, if he were to get the draw here, would be on 5. They drew with each other, so then it goes on the high break. Stevens has made 116. Wuiza so far 100. So to
76.
put himself in the position to get second, he needs to beat that 116 here.
77.
And you've got to fancy him doing it.
$84. 85.
Straight on the blue would have been better, that's why he's deciding, or considering at least, green or brown.
$90. 91.
Well, it's been impressive right from that wonderful first red.
98.
Made 44 centuries
99.
last season alone. He's made 82 in his career. It's going to be another one here. He's got to beat 116 though, and then win the last frame, and he'll finish second.
105. 106.
I think if Wuiza knew that he had to beat a break of 116, he'd have played for the blue instead of the pink there.
Even so, if he pots this green, he will have done it. He still needs to win the last frame, remember, though. And, you know, the way the rankings are, you know, he's 21 in the world. Sorry, he's 20 in the world. 1,000 points here and there, you know, could make the difference. Who knows? Between top 16 or not. Either way, it's been a fabulous break.
121.
Just come a little too late in terms of winning the group. But no denying he is a major talent. With time on his side, he's only 21.
132.
132 in no time at all from Wuiza. But remember, it is Tom Ford, confirmed already as the group winner with 1 frame to play.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor. Conqueror. Peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, a blistering 1-3-2 there from Wuiza, but of course Tom Ford's won the group, but if Wu can win this frame, he will finish in second position. Gain an extra 1,000 ranking points and prize money compared to finishing in third. That'll be Matthew Stevens. Of course, Lou Wenwei lost all of the matches he played today. Felt like a little bit of a sort of big step up for him, but it's a learning experience. Still 2-1 to Yao Peng Cheng against Amir Sharkos on the other table, with Ben Mertens and Sam Craigie still to come.
One. Six. 7. 14. 15.
'Just seems to be in pain when he has to bridge over a cushion rail a little bit and elevate that shoulder.
$22. 23.
Angle on the black to screw into them here. If he can just find that little gap between the two reds above the black, it should split well for him, unless the bottom red will pot, and it does. He's decided to play for it.
30. 31. 38. 39.
'Has that worked out like a charm? 44. It may well have done, because we all know Tom Ford is fairly demonstrative. We'd know if he wasn't on this red, let's just say that.
Yeah, it was terrific stuff. So it looks like he's ending on a high here, even though he's still struggling with his shoulder. I guess the concern now is tomorrow, as we've said, you know, not a lot of time to sort of recuperate. But again, maybe he'll come here with low expectations. That can sometimes help take the pressure off.
52.
I told the story earlier about Alex Higgins, and he broke his ankle. He won the Irish Masters. Stephen Hendry won the World Championship, having fallen over in his hotel bathroom. Broke a bone in his elbow.
53.
I remember the Australian Quinton Ham, I think he was doing parachute jump or something, damaged severely both ankles and annihilated Gerard Green 9-0 or 9-1 in the UK.
Close in, he's been impressive forward. There have been shots, clearly, we've seen he's been in pain on,
60.
but if you can keep, I mean, it's the clue anyway to break building. You can just keep things simple. You're not too far from the next object ball.
61.
Then it clearly makes it so much easier to score, and he's done that really well. Chance to make a 4th century here and end the day on a high, even if he's not feeling so great within himself. This red is
68.
To complete a 3-1 win. It's good news for Matthew Stevens, because he's going to finish 2nd if this goes in. And Wuiza pushed down to 3rd.
69. Tom Ford, 69. One.
Well, fair play to Wuiza for carrying on here, because he needs a snooker, but just loves playing, I guess. Obviously, you know, he could still get the snooker and get 2nd. Not now, I suspect. There's the handshake. So Tom Ford has been playing through the pain barrier, but he will be here tomorrow for the last day of the BetVictor Championship League. The Leicester man completes victory over Wuiza by 3 frames to 1, and he tops this group. Let's hope he's okay for tomorrow. He goes into a group with Ricky Walden, Joe O'Connor and Wuiza, and I'm going to speak to him shortly, so Dominic will entertain you in the meantime.
Well, thank you, Dave. I shall try to. Yeah, it's been a great day's play for Tom Ford, playing through the pain barriers, Dave has already said, and he's produced some superb snooker. He's made 3 centuries to add to his tally. He's up to 311 for his career. He's made 5 career 147s. He's been the better player. I've been impressed, though, with Matthew Stevens as well. Didn't lose a match all day. 2 draws and a win for Matthew Stevens. Wuiza ended up 3rd, would you believe it? Because he's looked very dangerous all day. Lou Wenwei, though, the wooden spoonist, no wins for him, but some valuable experience against some great players. But we are going to hear from Tom Ford, a jubilant Tom Ford, albeit a Tom Ford in a little bit of pain. He's certainly an experienced player, Tom Ford. He's 41 years of age now, and he'll be delighted to be in the final stage, which takes place tomorrow. It'll be the culmination of 3 weeks of hard graft for all of these players, and Tom Ford will join the likes of players such as Steve Maguire, Ricky Walden, Wuiza, Joe O'Connor, Pang Junxu and Matt Selt. So it's going to be very tough for all of these players tomorrow. They're all in form, multiple ranking event winners, a lot of them. My money, I got a sneaking suspicion that Steve Maguire could have a good day tomorrow, but you know, there's going to be a lot of pressure. They're short sprints, these 4-frame matches. But yeah, Tom Ford, as I say, he's played the better snooker today. He's the one knocking in the big breaks. He's made 5 147s in his career. He's been in 4 ranking event finals. He won the shootout back in 2024, just a year ago. But he'll be delighted. It's been a tough day for everybody. Matthew Stevens, as I say, didn't start particularly well, got better and better the longer the day went on. Wuiza, though, he's been in 2 ranking event finals. He's lost them both, but he's only 21 years of age. I'm sure there's a lot more to come from the young Chinese. Play is still going on table 2. Amir Sarkosh looks as though he may get a draw against Yao Peng Cheng. He was 2-0 behind. It looks like being 2-all, and there's still 1 match to play there, so we're not going to find out who's going to win that group for quite some time. Ben Mertens from Belgium will be up against Sam Craigie very shortly after this match concludes. In fact, the handshake has just arisen over on table 2, so Amir Sarkosh and Yao Peng Cheng have played out a 2-all draw. But anyway, on table 1, our main featured table, Tom Ford, a jubilant Tom Ford, is standing by with our own David Hendon.
Tom, it's fair to say you played through the pain barrier there. Can you just explain the issue with your shoulder?
Yeah, I've had it for about 6 to 8 weeks now. The first group I played in, I thought I was going to pull out after the first game. Then this, obviously with this as well, I thought I'd just turn up, see how it went, but then I thought I was going to pull out again. It's basically when I'm down on the shot, I put my arm out flat, and then when your body goes down, you feel a bit of pressure on your shoulder, which when I'm getting that pressure, it feels like somebody's getting a knife and stabbing me in the shoulder. And there's been a couple of times where I've tried to put my hand on the table and I can't play the right shot, so I've had to play something different. And I've had it twice now where, well, I've had it more than twice, but I remember twice on one shot in the previous group, I've tried to get down to play a shot and I had that stabbing pain in my shoulder and then my legs went. So it's like, I can feel it throbbing now because I've been playing, but as soon as I put my arm down, if I put too much pressure on it, like I said, it just feels like somebody's stabbing me in the shoulder.
But despite all that, you know, you made a lot of big breaks. I mean, you actually close in, you played really well.
Yeah, I mean, well, these tables, pockets are quite big, so it's one of them, if you was to miss, you got to miss by quite a bit.
Have you had any treatment, or are you going to be getting treatment?
No, I've obviously after the last group, I played on the Friday and went on holiday for a week, thought I'd just try and rest it. Not been playing, so that's why I'm surprised I actually won a few games. I've actually phoned the Bupa Private Healthcare because we're lucky enough that the players get it through World Snooker, so I phoned them, I've had a consultation with them on the phone, and I'm going to go and see somebody on Thursday to hopefully get down to what it is really.
Well, there's only going to be 8 players here tomorrow, you're one of them, no reason why you shouldn't be the winner.
I'll be the same as today, expect to turn up, get beat. If I come with that attitude, then I know it's not the right attitude to have, but with the pain that I'm in when I'm playing, anything's a bonus really.
Well, it's worked so far, Tom. We'll see you tomorrow, and we'll see everybody at 12 o'clock for the last day of the BetVictor Championship League. Well done.
Thank you.